I'm gonna lower the music.
Hello.
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 Welcome, our friends, to the epilogue of the Godforged campaign, the final episode of episodes.
Oh.
How are you all doing?
You know, just
sad. Just chilling, yeah.
Great.
Wait.
Wait, this is the final episode?
Yeah. Sorry, Brie, I know you had 2 more scheduled in, so we're going to do those ones as deep prequels.
Go.
Yeah, welcome out. We I need to start in a second. Before we do that, if anyone is coming in for the first time, you are coming in at the end. However,
You're late.
it's you're all late. You know, what time do you call this? This is a good starting point to see kind of this crew. I have said it, and we'll talk about it at the end again. There will be another campaign, and it'll be the same group. It keeps getting asked, like, is it going to be the same group? And yes, exactly the same people all coming back and playing new characters, new continent, new stories. But there's no point talking about that right now because we have another story to finish. So, for the last time I ask, has anyone got anything they want to shout out before we get started?
No. I'm too
I'm
sad.
I was hoping Tomato would have a
Yeah.
t-shirt, and this is this moment of like, actually, Joe, I need 10 minutes.
He like to take his
honestly-
hoodie off and he's got his Twitch channel on his t-shirt.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I should have had something ready for
Oh my God, that'd be fun.
for this. I should have, but I didn't.
Yeah.
And my smile was me, like the billions of different ideas I could have had, all
Yeah.
bursting into ashes in my brain as I realized it's too late.
Do next campaign. 3 years from now, you do. Remember the
Yeah.
idea.
We have lots of time now.
yeah. Well, then, without further ado, shall we get into tonight's episode?
Okay.
So, the recap was a little different this time. I'm going to say, not take it away to an individual, but instead, take it away, Godsbane.
Last we left off, we were walking the halls of the 10th Hell to stand before Ixalis in a battle to save Velreath while our friends and families battled outside.
We came face to face with the Archdevil in his throne room. We learned quickly that this would not end with diplomacy, and we readied ourselves to fight.
We weakened the magnet that was holding his plane to ours and battled him through each of his forms, fighting our way through magic and Iron Maiden prisons.
Eventually, we weakened him enough so that I could kill him. Ixalis, Archdevil of the 10th Hell, was no more, and his citadel was crumbling.
Deciding to stay behind to decouple the hell from our plane, Skuld sacrificed his future for the good of Velreath. We said our goodbyes, and I created a doorway back to the battlefield, walking through to the resounding cheers of triumph.
As you burst through the door, you hear the cheers. It's quiet at first. It's kind of like that rippling effect of when your ears are popping and then they kind of come back to sound. And you come through the doorway showing you a collapsing plane behind. And you can see soldiers rushing through. Whereabouts would you put the portal? On the other side.
Oh man, maybe right where we left off, maybe or like near where we departed before we actually flew into the air to go through.
Yeah, so down near where
Yeah.
Melanos is. You can see
Yeah.
now, you can hear the cheers in the distance. Thousands of soldiers watching as around them, the salt devils, other creatures, any of these silver devils are making 2 decisions. One, some are climbing up to the top of the silver citadel. Where the portal once was is now hardened, trying to hack their way in, breaking through like a child trying to smash their way through glass. They are panicking, scared. They feel fear. And the others, probably the more intelligent of the devils, are fleeing into all distant paths, rushing off east, north, west, south, anywhere to get away from what is essentially their mortality now. With the knowledge of any devil that dies here returns to the void. The devils are defeated. But in front of you, not too far away from Melanos's urn, the spirit formed in front of it. The dead around creating an eerie feeling among the cheering, stand ever so still. Rushing up near you, there are a group of soldiers, preparing as they see a portal open up, and soldiers, realizing that something's coming out of the 10th Hell, you see a group of Dragonborn push through, readying blades, and then one says, "Hold!" Pushes past the others. And you see Commander Ultrix, the commander of the Dragonborn armies that came through from Volcaria, the guerrilla warriors that fought so valiantly in the battle. Ultrix steps forward and looks towards you. "You did it. It was you."
Yeah.
"Continue your sweep. Search for any devils hiding out in the buildings." You see portions of his soldiers slip off. He looks across your group. "You all made it back. What about the big one?"
Not all of us made it back. He stayed behind.
It was his choice.
A sacrifice.
Many sacrificed this day. We have victory, though. The devils are fleeing, and we are killing any stragglers. They put up little resistance.
Good.
He looks over his shoulder towards Melanas. "What about that one?"
What about him?
His dead stand still. He has an army that could prove difficult.
Why don't we just ask him? I'm still Big Dragon, by the way.
I forgot about that.
He nods his head towards you. "We're gathering all the wounded we can, taking anyone we can down to the campsites. I'm sure the others would like to see you there." "Well done."
Me too.
He nods to the rest of the soldiers around him, and they slip off into different buildings, clearing out any devils they can. Manos stands there staring at the dead around him, kind of pouring out of the urn that you place down, almost like smoke that's lingering around a fire.
Melanos? I'm gonna look at Adelward.
He shifts in time to look at all of you.
We did it.
You saved your capital. Think of all the good I could do with these ones. I could save mine. My
You know
entire
you
home.
have to release them.
But why? We could do so much good with them.
Because it's the right thing to do. Because we promised. We have other ways to help Wolfguard. Look at Timmy.
Roll a persuasion check. You have advantage.
She is frozen. Oh wait, there it goes.
Classic.
Nostalgia.
I know, right?
Yeah.
that was bound to happen.
Mhm.
26.
You're right. I will release them. And he stretches his hands out. And one by one you see the dead fall. And the whole city, like almost like dominoes, collapsing down it. The dead fall down to the ground. He lets out a breath. And wisps back into the urn.
I'm glad that went that way. I don't want to walk over to pick it up.
Yeah. Okay, I guess let's go find everybody else, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Asphia starts to walk.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna stumble a little bit. I'll drop the dragon form. I only have 3 strength.
Oh fuck, that's
I'm walking
right.
real
Yeah.
fucking slow.
I'm gonna put
Real
my arm underneath you, put your arm over my shoulder and help you walk. Easy.
It took a lot out of me.
Mm-hmm. You
What
be
did you-
careful. Go easy.
What did you do back there? What did you cast?
You know, when we met my grandmother, I say as we're walking, I was sitting there in the volcano and I was thinking to myself, like, this is so great, like my family and my friends are here and everybody's okay. And I started to say out loud that I wished that we could just stay like this. And I felt kind of gross and weird, like different than the panic that I usually feel 24/7. And so I didn't say the rest of it, which was a good thing, I guess. I don't really know. I'm pretty sure that I cannot do that again. And I am fucking tired.
Whatever it was big, dude.
It maybe panic is the ultimate catalyst for magic. That would suck.
We'll
That's
workshop
not-
that one.
That can't be right because you
No,
guys don't really
let's-
panic. You're fine. Adelward never panics.
I mean, regardless, whatever it was, I don't think we would have gotten out of there if you hadn't done that.
Yes. Hopefully, there are no other statements you can make that suddenly cause any massive explosions of magic for the sake of all of us now that we've won.
I'll try to be a little bit more careful. I was gonna try to turn Scold back.
With that spell.
Yeah.
We can try to find another way. We've got lots of time. Let's think about that later.
Yeah.
I think there's still hope for something like that. I have to believe.
Which side of the city are you going to head down to? The main gate or the sea gate?
Which are we closer to? I guess the main one, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Main first, then.
Yeah.
Okay. You would head down, journeying through this. Are you walking down the city or are you flying down? What's your, is it mostly just the kind of a touring the streets kind of feel?
I feel like we'd walk, right?
I think some of the party
a slow
is
walk.
at the point now where
We
they have
deserve
to
a walk.
Mhm.
We've earned this.
You journey down the natural way through the city. You see portions of the city that have crumbled. You see some of the houses which have stood resolute somehow through all of the damage and managed to stay standing. And you see the dead litter the streets. You see the dead of the devils as well. Some soldiers. It's a gruesome experience, but one where you know that there would be many more without you. And by the time you get down to the main gate, and you're looking out on the field, you can see the main gates being pushed through. You see soldiers and families collecting their own dead. Most of the forces by this point, as with the time difference of you being inside, even just the last few minutes of you getting out would have been a good 20, 30 minutes on the outside, has led to soldiers clearing the way, others being brought back towards their camps. But But the battlefield is being cleared of the dead and the wounded, people being saved. On the main gate, you would see among that people from Westmorn, people from Kessex, Warforged, less Wolfguard, even some dwarves. But together on this field of battle, even post-battle, they are working together to help each other. You see a dwarf lean down and lift up with another Westmorn soldier, one of the wounded Kessex soldiers, and help carry them along. For the first time after a battle, you see that people care about people. And the wounded are being saved. The campsite is located to the south, where the last kind of portion of where you marched from, the last night of where you marched. You'd be traveling through the battlefield, seeing everywhere it took place, walking alongside the mountains where the archers fired down from. You hear overhead as the brass dragon of Cadven flies overhead, landing towards the camp, morphing to his form.
Relief. Sweeps over.
And you eventually pass through into the campsite where the combined forces of your allied armies are tending to the wounded and gathering, sitting and resting. Where would you like to go? Who would you like to see?
Did we see that the dwarves arrived? Like, do we actually know that they came?
It kind of, I did kind of give you the moment. It would have probably not lined up timing wise though. Probably
Yeah,
not.
I was going to say, I think we missed that.
Yeah, you wouldn't really be there at the time because whilst you were inside, like the first portion of the battle happened whilst you were building up, and then once you went inside, the inside actually went on for a lot longer.
Okay.
So no, it was the whole kind of
Okay.
majority of the battle took place whilst you were inside.
I guess, I don't know, we'd start making our way through, right, to the sort of center command tenty kind of area and just...
As you're walking, you'd hear, Vinda! 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 And then kind of stepping through, I'm over here. Cadvan rushes off in front of you and just throws his arms around Vindar, kind of buries his head into it. I thought I might have lost you. He kind of leans back, Vindar. Why would you lose me? I was in the safety of the camp. I was worried about you. And they both kiss and hold each other. Just stand off to the side. You begin walking through the campsite. You can see over to one side of you tents of the wounded that have been kind of gathered together. Iridis rushing back and forth, collecting things, kind of growing these leaves and kind of pushing together. We need more of these collected, okay? Salves, make salves out of these specific ones, okay? They will help with wounds. Move over here. Do exactly as he says, and then points over towards Cassell, who is managing the whole thing. When he settles his eyes on you, just nods his head to you. Kisses his hand, blows a little kiss to you, and then goes back towards aiding the wounded, focusing on the now. You'd also see Princess Alara among those helping the wounded, kind of pulled away her armor set, wearing just the leathers below, looks as any commoner would now, helping bandage a wound and kind of holding the hand of someone who's scared. And be passing through the campsite. You'd see, not too far away from that, but away enough that they don't have to hear the sounds of it, the Largo gathered and feasting and talking, sharing their stories of the kind of trick shots they made. Some of the only ones celebrating, but in their own kind of little camp corner of it. Up ahead of you as you're walking, Timmy, you hear,
Timmy? Aaron?
and Dara rushes straight over towards you. She drops the food she was holding and throws her arms around both of you, pulls you both into a hug. My boys.
I know I should have told you what was happening today, but I was scared. I should have known that you would be here anyways.
No. A mother's job is to find out. I'm just glad you're safe. I had no doubt when I heard what you were doing. I had no doubt it wouldn't work. I'm just glad to see you unscathed. She looks across your group. And without asking, she just kind of rests your heads against her. I'm sorry about him. I'm sorry about your friend.
It's his choice.
He's not dead.
Good. For years, they thought me dead. So there's always hope. I'm helping cater to those who need it, so I have to get back to it, but they're already singing your name, talking about you, all of you. You did this.
I'm glad you're here, Mrs. Ludfist.
Please, darling, you can call me Dara.
Okay, Dara.
Get yourself a meal, you look starving, child. She presses her head against both yours and Aaron's and then moves on, picks up anything she drops and quickly moves it back towards where she was going. You'd hear around you as well that those of the Rivergate won their battle. You'd hear rumor of that, and you'd hear rumor that they're making their way down towards your campsite now and traveling across. It's going to take a little bit longer because they have to go around the city, so they'll be here within an hour. Is there any specific place you're looking for now? Or anyone you're looking for? Or are you just looking to rest?
Fia would try to find Haman, but
Yeah.
and then hear how everything went.
Yeah, you can still have to find Haman. Would you go with others or just on your own?
I mean, I guess I kind of assumed everybody would just sort of everyone in charge would just kind of be in the same in chargey place. So I don't know. I guess she would,
If we wanted a full rundown on
yeah,
how it went, where would we go for that?
yeah.
It really depends who you go and speak to. I think the theme of the feeling in the camp right now is the idea that tend to the wounded now. Focus on that. You could probably go and find some of the leaders and see if there's anyone who's still kind of genuinely in charge. You can see the Wolfguard soldiers protecting the campsite for the most part, doing the scouting, making sure that they're kind of up front, keeping their eyes on any of the portions. You can see that the dwarves have sent out ram riders already to track down any running silver devils. But it doesn't seem like they're focusing right now on any diplomatic or strategic elements. They believe they won the day. So right now, people are taking a moment for themselves.
I think Fia at least would probably still gravitate towards Kessex because that's who they know the best.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to slip off towards that tent? Does anyone do anything else, or are you going with?
I would, if she started to slip away, I would ask her if she needed support.
Oh yeah,
'cause
I would tell people
yeah.
I thought everyone was gonna be together. Now it's weird that they're not, but I guess it's not. I've never run a war. I'm gonna go find Kessex if anybody else wants to come with.
Are you good to walk?
I mean, I've walked my whole life. I can right? It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait for the Rivergate party to come down.
Yeah. Would they say it was going to take like an hour? I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I'm going to go check on Kessex and I'm going to come back because, yeah, I want to see my mom. So.
Okay.
We'll just take a seat at the nearest log or
It
bench.
literally just sits down.
Yeah. You'd be able to slip off and find the Kessex campsite then if the rest of you are going that way. You can see the kind of main command tent. People like look up at you as you're walking by, and now that you've got away from the wounded, and the focus is not on kind of all eyes are gazing on that. Those who are tired, those who are helping their friends who have already helped the wounded back and are just taking a moment to themselves. You walk down the campsite and they all look up at you, whispering your name. And then smiles for the first time come out. You hear people raise drinks. Godsbane, you did it! To Godsbane! And others, listen, Godsbane? They're back? Others talking. It's not the greatest heroic moment yet. As you can see, they're tired and worn. But even despite that, they honor your name. Up ahead is the king's tent, and they allow you entry as you pass in. And sat at the end of a table, resting his hands against his chin, looking at the covered body of Rathazimard, is King Haman, looking more like Benjen than ever now. His armor off. He sits there looking at his friend.
Oh. Oh. I'm gonna walk over, put my hand on his shoulder.
You know, I was just
So
a boy when I went to the Vahazi. I was not old enough to know what I was doing. I was brought into a place I'd never been before. It was too warm. My skin was too pale for it. That sun, I didn't know how to deal with it. And all around me were adults telling me that their plan, that I was going to become a king. And I was rightfully the ruler of Kessex, and I'd be learning to make it there someday. Someone else's plans for me, you know. Everything I was trained to fight, everything like that. Just someone else's plans for me, but Wrath was the son of one of Amelia's council, a talented sorcerer. And when we met, we were just boys, friends. And I asked him to be my friend. It was the first choice I ever made. And when I was sent to Kessex, we'd grown up together, and I didn't see him for years. And the first thing I did when I was king was send mail to Amira and said, I have one demand. Send Wrath. You really don't think they can go, you know? You did it.
I did. Everybody did.
The cost was so great.
Yeah, it really was. It really was. I'm sorry.
You don't need to be. He fought like hell.
I
Harder
would
than
expect
hell.
nothing less.
He kind of stands. His hand kisses the forehead and kind of pulls the sheet over. We're meeting in the morning. We're having one night of rest. Diplomacy must go on. We've got to decide what we do with this war. How we continue everything. Come to terms. Wolfguard is already preparing to leave.
Makes sense.
We've got a series of silver devils running the countryside, but they'll be tracked down. We've sent for more
Okay.
horses. We've warned the towns. We've sent for birds. So, people will be prepared, but I imagine they're going to run straight into the hills. So we'll just have to track through them. We lost a lot of the Warforged, and a lot more people as well. Equally so, Westmont lost most of their army. But we're victorious. Thanks to you, Timmy. Especially thanks to your mother. She really saved us back there. We're hopeful that we can get most of the wounded mended up.
You don't have to give us a report. It can just be sad. It's okay.
I think maybe it might help me distract from everything.
I feel that. Gold stayed behind.
With the wounded? I understand. I imagine Adderward too.
No. In the 10th hell, he stayed behind.
Why would he do that? Was he wounded? Can we rescue him?
As
Zoe
a
can make a proposal.
scold. And I think it was his way to make sure that we all got out okay. So he stayed behind to make sure everyone else was safe. So that we could get out.
The first reports I've had in from the Western Gate say the Kriegven fought like hell.
I believe it.
They held. It's a shame they won't get to see him. And Adderward, he's fine. Yes?
Yeah, he sat down on a log. He's gonna just wait for for the folks from the gate to get over here.
So
It's very Adelward, to be
Yeah.
fair.
well, good
He
to know
seems
that
fine.
he tires.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the morning, you're expected. I don't mean to put any pressure on you, but I think your voice is more than anyone's mean the most right now, so it would be appreciated if you could come to the meeting.
Of course.
All of you, of course.
I just wanted to make sure you were okay.
I am. Amidst the sadness, of course, but we won.
We did.
I mean, this was never a battle we knew we'd had even months ago. But somehow it feels like it was always the intended one. Like everything today will change. Come by tomorrow. Get your rest. I'm glad you all made it.
I'm gonna go sit on a log with Adelward.
I'll have more logs brought out.
It's a nice log, isn't it?
You say to a medic going past. Moves on, getting more bandages.
Oh.
Haman sits down beside his friend again. Lets you slip out. If you leave, assuming, you'd see up on kind of the top ridge line, Ethermat and Omithis are kind of looking over the entirety of the campsite on the higher point. Just kind of both talking under their breaths, far off, both in their kind of mortal forms. Omithis in his wedging luck form, and Ethermat in kind of an elderly draconic form. We pass back towards where Adderwood is sitting. Not as much room as you'd hope around the log, but enough that, if you can squeeze in.
We're gonna snuggle.
Tim has will create a legendary log.
The
like
comfiest fucking
cushions.
log you've ever sat on.
And you're waiting for everyone to come back over from the Western Gate.
Yeah.
During that waiting, there'd be a moment where you'd hear people move out the way as some goblins start kind of wandering through. And you'd see kind of Silk walking at the front of these goblins, leading their wargs who are kind of panting now. And people are kind of freaking out a little bit. He's like, come on, they're mostly trained. And kind of walking over towards all of you. You can see they've just kind of come from the battlefield. Sacks across the wargs now, and they're kind of like filled with different portions of whatever they've grabbed from the battlefield. Silk looks across all of you and goes, you fucking assholes.
What?
Good to
I
see
didn't
you
realize
too.
there was going to be that many. We could have died.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody could have died.
Yeah.
It was a plane of hell. How many did you think there was going to be?
I don't know, like 100 or 2. I've never seen that many people before.
I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, so a
Cool.
little boy died. He wanted, I imagine he would want you to have this. And then he pulls out his stub of an arm, a cold kind of fist like broken to one side, and kind of pulls out little boy's arm.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
He'd want us to have his arm?
Oh yeah, he kind of flicks so the middle finger's sticking up. Hold it out towards you.
Basil's crying, but he's like laughing through tears as well, like shaking his head.
I'll just take it.
Yeah, you take it. You just see that the end is just kind of dripping still, as it hasn't fully coagulated. Yeah. You love that thing.
So did we.
I lost
I'm
a lot today.
Sorry.
Little boy.
No, my immovable rod. Couldn't find it.
Maybe you could find another one.
They just don't come like that anymore. Hey,
They don't make them like they used to, you know?
Well, if we hear that someone found it, we'll let you know. The lost and found.
Can I
Yeah.
make
We're
a
sitting
wait?
because I still have low-level spell slots. Can Elor just cast locate object for him to move?
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah, you can, yeah. You cast it and you're kind of getting it straight from, like, there's a portion of the battlefield under a couple of corpses of, like, devils, like, lying on top of it.
Amazing.
It's under some bodies about 5 minutes north.
I love you.
Cry.
Come on, lads. I'm gonna go find some treasure. Hey, so
Good luck, bud.
what's the rules with picking the dead?
Devils, you can take anything you want from them. You can't take anything you want from anyone else. You have to leave them alone. If they're on our side, you gotta leave them alone.
What a persuasion check.
Oh, boy.
The most
Oh,
important
boy.
persuasion check.
32?
Woo!
I was
Beautiful.
real nervous. That one. That bitch steals everything.
We won't take anything from the dead corpses.
Okay.
All right, boys. Let's go find my rod. I mean, you don't need to. He trusts you. He wanders down into the battlefield, and leads the wargs and the rest of the goblins with. The hour passes, and you'd see the portions of the Krigven pirates, some Lokavat. Agrathor kind of noticeable at the front. Chill alongside him. Along with Lesker as well. Lesker of the Krigven. leading them as well. And a series of kind of groupings of the pirates, but not all of them. Just sort of kind of the almost the forward force of them. Heartbloom kind of wanders past and kind of pushes past a few of them. They wander into the campsite, and some kind of just move over into like a portion where they can all just settle down themselves. Likely being called in to discuss the future of this. Leska and a few of the Krigven kind of wander through camp, stop and look towards all of you. Where's the big bastard? We've got to show him some of the spoils we brought in.
I'm gonna squeeze Stormbarrow in my arms.
You were worthy of that. So where is he? Where's the big guy? We brought down some of those.
Probably still killing devils in the 10th hell, likely for the rest of time.
He stayed behind.
Yep.
Someone had to keep him in check.
Well, long live the king.
Long live the king.
She just nods, doesn't say sorry, moves on. And as they kind of part ways, you'd see Heartbloom stood just behind. And she's clutching her hat against her chest. Looks like she's been crying.
You made it. You're okay. What's wrong?
I'm so sorry.
But what? You're fine. Heartbloom? Do you want to sit down?
No,
Is Lug okay? What happened?
your mum. She didn't make it. Our ship, it was attacked and it's at the bottom of the river, but we tried to fish out as many as we could. We
The school was wrecked.
she's gone. We saw her. Our crew saw her.
You just... She's... No. Saw what? Exactly. Where? Fia starts to get
I
up.
don't want to know the specifics. Just know we
No,
tried.
I do.
I'm
She's
sorry.
a very strong swimmer. It's fine. Can you show me? I'm just gonna go. I'll find her. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. She can't be far. I mean, she's a strong swimmer. She's not gonna swim all the way
She
out
just
to
walks
like
up and just
sea.
throws her
So she
arms around
could've
your
just-
legs. She taught me so much, you know. And she went out fighting. It was wonderful. She took down many of those buggers with her.
Well, she said she had a whole cannon thing that I was gonna be so excited. She plans. This is.
I'm so sorry.
What? You're wrong.
I wish I was. If it gives you closure, her crew are here. I made sure they all came along here in case you wanted to talk to them. They'll tell you the same
Where are
story.
they? I want to.
They're over there mourning their captain and their fallen sailors and fellow privateers.
Well, I'm just gonna go talk to them. I'm gonna see what happened because
She
that's
lifts up a
not.
hat and holds it across to you. A slightly torn, a few claw marks in it, but it is Desra's hat.
Basil's gonna put like a hand on Fia's back just to let her know.
Well, the funerals are going to be happening tonight, quite late, once all the dead have been gathered. I think a little bit at a time. Our one's going to be one of the last ones. They're splitting it up based on where people come from, you know, all that different, you know, people have different rituals and all that. But we were going to wander by the sea and say goodbye to everyone that fell over that way. Of course, you should come along.
She doesn't even know I'm okay.
I don't think she ever worried if you weren't. And I mean that because she thought the world of you. She never panicked a moment.
She's one person that I didn't say goodbye to because she would have rolled her eyes and thought I was dumb, so I only just called her because I wanted her to think that I wasn't scared. Okay.
I'll be over there with the others. You can join us for as long as you like.
I think she just sits back down with the hat.
Kind of smiles glumly to all of you. You did it though.
I'm sorry.
Bobby will give Heartbloom a hug.
Just pushes herself against you.
You did good, bud.
You should have seen us out there. It was so scary, but I don't know. I thought our ship would fall first, and Lug, he sailed that thing around like it was spinning on a copper coin. It was so quick. What about all of you? I bet you've got a story to tell.
Fought our asses off, dude.
I bet.
Scold stayed.
I thought so. Just glad to hear he's not gone. You know, he's probably out there fishing.
Yeah, he's in his element. Fishing in silver. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know
They must
what they
they
do
got
out there.
lakes and stuff, don't they, in those isles? How else would anyone?
Well, I submerged in the closest thing they probably have to water, and it almost, completely melted me. So
Probably some sick fish in there.
probably some sick fish.
Right. So it's not just like, it doesn't look like this then. Oh.
It's better out here.
Glad I didn't go with you then. Not that I was invited. I should go over to the others. You know, keep morale up. Anytime you want, you can come and join me on my travels and whatnot. Always got room in my
Thanks,
crew.
Heartbloom.
She walks off to the side to join the others.
I'm gonna sit next to Fia.
Sorry, Fia.
So
Do you think that I didn't ask Heartbloom, do you think she got to shoot the cannon? She sounded really excited.
I bet she had a blast.
This is fucking typical, right? Like, I'm so cool. I'm gonna go down with my ship fighting devils and like, it's such an amazing story.
It's a pretty good story,
it is.
to be fair.
I was, just hug the hat.
Mm.
Now what do? We just sit here on this log and wait for more people to tell us that they're dead?
Well, it's better than sitting on an uncomfortable thing while people bring us bad news.
This is true.
I don't know why you take it out on the log.
I'm sorry.
I am sorry.
Hey. If she would have spent more time with you, she probably would have hit on you too. She would have hit on everybody all the way.
Yeah. There was
Sorry.
a moment between us. I think
Yeah.
there was something between her and Fabia.
Do you know what? She really lived life to the fullest and
For
just
sure.
really enjoyed herself.
She's one badass lady.
Now I just have a fucking hat. This is... Okay.
Godsbane, is there anything you would like to do before the funerals and the goodbyes take place there?
Oh gosh.
I think Fabio probably would have checked in with the Lago.
Yeah, I think I will do that for Chila as well.
Yeah, you can head over towards the Lago first, and you'd see that they're kind of gather around. The leader comes over, and he kind of throws an arm around. He goes, "Come join us! We're gathering some food up here. They have great carrots out this way. All sorts of
Nice.
vegetables. I mean, they're
What'd you
rations
guys
before.
do? Seems like you're all good, right?
Didn't lose a single one.
That's how you do it.
Hey, look, there's no point getting close to the action if you can just stay right at the back. That's what we do best.
I feel that.
In fact, some of us even managed to shoot a target from 800 feet away.
All right, well, now you're just showing off.
Yeah, I know, yeah. It was fun. Sad. Frightening.
Sure.
We don't get out much.
This is about as scary as it gets, I think. So
Yeah.
you should be good for anything now.
Yeah. I mean, we're probably not going to go after anything else. There's enough excitement for us. We're going back. We'll probably head out before, everything gets too sad, but you're welcome to
Look,
join.
I know some of you guys are still really interested in going to the Feywild.
Yeah.
I'd be down to check that out with you guys. If you're really determined to go or whatever.
Yeah. We'll plan it on the road. Are you going to come with us now?
No, not right now. No. One of my teammates, her mom died, and I'm going to stay for the funerals, but
Okay.
I'll head out to the Greatwood. When I can, I will.
We'll see you there. We'll get things prepared.
Okay.
To the Feywild. Back home.
Yeah. Yeah. That's one way to think of it, I guess. It's weird. Cool. Well, I'm going to steal a carrot. I'm glad you guys are good.
Yep. Yeah, they're not rationing him anymore, so.
Yeah.
Which is kind of depressing to think about, but also, don't focus on the bad.
You gotta focus on the good, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise everything's miserable.
See, that's the Feywild in
Oh, shut the fuck up.
you.
She'll give him sort of a good-natured hug and
Yep. He kind of just
wave.
points to you beforehand and goes, "Everyone, she's back." And they all go, "Hey, Fabia!" They kind of show, and others are kind of standing up and they're like, No. Just going through grief. They'll kind of just settle back down.
she'll look at him and then look back and be like, "Yes, I am."
Sorry.
I'll catch up with you guys back in the Greatwood, yeah?
Back in the group. Jenny's back to the group, who continue talking and sharing stories of boasting against one another who made the best shots and whatnot.
Of course.
Gio would come and sit beside you, Adderward.
It's a nice log.
It's a nice log. Hey, the spear held up. There's a few tweaks and ideas I've got for it, but
Did you count how many you got, though? How many kills?
would it be bad if I did?
No, that's the correct thing to do. Before my spear broke, I had 1,727.
Only 46.
Well, I was using it for quite a long time. I'm glad you're all right, though.
Glad you made
Losing
it.
2 friends today would have been a lot harder.
A lot of us were just waiting for you to finish the job. I don't think we were ever worried about losing over there. The Lokavad and the Krigvin, it's like they were born to fight alongside one another. I mean, even the giants fled. We didn't. And
You held that spot damn well. From the sounds of things.
hey, that brass dragon, he's okay.
Well, even if he wasn't, I assume you would have been able to handle him.
I think he was a little scared of me. He flinched when he saw the spear.
As he should.
As he should.
Once this is all over, we have some more work to do.
Oh, yeah. I expected as much. It's good to see you back.
Good to see you too. Get some rest.
Oh,
Lord will stand up and go. Try to find the others.
Edward. Get some
Yeah.
rest yourself.
Ugh.
he doesn't like the dynamic shift.
You just see-
towards us being equals.
As he walks over, he kind of just rolls over and goes, I spent 10,000 years in a diamond.
Amazing.
Is there anything else you'd like to do before the send-offs?
I would just try to hear word that people that were inside, like civilians and stuff, were safe, like Alamo and Old Blue, if he stayed around.
Yeah, you would hear the kind of civilian camp is kind of
Okay.
even south of this
I-
one.
Okay,
The
cool.
one thing I still want to do is I want Alward to go find Timothy.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna walk up to him. He's gonna pull out the full sum of diamonds he got from the puzzle.
Oh
thing.
shit.
He's gonna cast Fabricate on it to split them all into the exact amount required to do like an actual,
Holy shit.
which is 500 GP diamond, right, for a resurrection.
Mm-hmm.
So that would total to, let's see, that's 5,000 gold there, 7,000 gold. Yeah, I have 10,000 gold's worth of diamonds. So I'm gonna
Holy
split that.
shit.
Okay.
Jesus.
I'm gonna give the full sum of that in the correct split to Timothy.
I figured you'll be able to make more use out of this than I will.
I mean, that's kind of you. Even if I could help some of them, who do I choose? I can't help all of them. I don't know. I feel like this is overwhelming.
Well, at least the way you can think about it is if you don't help anyone, then no one is any better. Just trust yourself and decide. I don't think there's a wrong decision, considering the alternative is death. Complete death.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Thank you. Let me see something.
Mhm.
Okay. No, I'll just keep that to myself for now.
Okay.
Mm.
I'll go up to Fia. Hey, I know things are hard. So many have fallen. That doesn't mean that they're lost.
Is it weird if I try to like swim the river and find her body? Is that weird?
It's
You tell
not
me if that
just
was
you
weird,
looking
right?
for her.
Do
They will find her.
you want me to go find them? Adelward will say. Because I'm guessing he's here as well, since he was just talking to Timothy.
Oh shit. You're actually good at swimming and I'm not. That makes way more sense. I was gonna like try to Is it like a weird psychotic thing to do? Is it like creepy
No.
and
We
weird?
bring people back from death regularly, which is something that is strange to say. Don't think it's weird.
Like there's like a lot of okay. I kind of really want to see if we could find her body, but also like so many people died. Like you can't like she's important to me, but do you know what I mean? Like everybody is important to somebody, right? So
That's the dilemma
I
I'm
told
going
Timothy
through.
the same thing. At the end of the day, if these diamonds go unused because you're too stuck on the decision of whether one person is worth it more than another, then we don't help anyone.
okay. So we just go to the river and like look for her.
Yeah.
I'm able to find a rod buried beneath 5 bodies a mile away. I can find your mother.
Well, okay. Wait, can you? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I shouldn't think about this because like there's like a timer on this stuff, right? And like you can't just like you have to like
While
While you're
somebody
doing
do
this,
it,
we are
like-
walking and talking outwards,
Yeah.
like pushing you towards like
I don't-
Blossom.
I think this is when Fabio also rejoins and is like, Fia's stammering a lot. What are we doing?
We're gonna try
We're
to
gonna
find her
go-
mom's body.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sick. Let's go.
Sick. Let's do it.
Okay, so how are you getting there? You're gonna kind of rush over that way? Okay. So, heading back over towards the western gate, the river gate, and passing by the battlefield that side and going around, the kind of hour and a bit goes by, and you eventually get closer to the river side. You can see kind of portions of the dead here being collected. And but most of them are kind of gathered, and people are setting up, kind of gathering on to a ship nearby. It seems like they're gathering the dead to do kind of their own funeral rites. But you're near the river. You're nearest where the fight took place. What do you use to try and find?
Adelward has seen her before and seen like the clothes they wear. Since there's no longer a hat to search for with locate
She probably
object,
still has her weapon. She
there's
died
a
holding that weapon.
something like that Adelward would look for instead. That isn't like just a change of clothes that's constantly switching up. But like if they had any kind of like medallion or like anything like that, like any jewelry that
Okay.
wouldn't be actively replaced constantly. I think
Yeah.
you'd search for something like that, something specific.
Okay. Yeah. You can search for like a piece of jewelry, like an earring she would have worn, kind of garish golden ones, or a weapon, her rapier, or kind of her cloak, a big old coat that she wore into battle. Which one would you like to go for?
Let's do, if there was like any, yeah, I think I'll do jewelry because that's the least likely thing to have fallen off.
Yep.
Or gotten like ripped up.
You would scan it and you find further down the river, kind of washed against the shore and the beach front, you get the kind of idea that it must have washed up over that way. And so you'd be able to head around towards like almost like a cove outlet where like there's a bit of a rocky kind of portion that juts into the water. And it must have washed up on kind of the beach side over the other side of the rock. What's the distance on that? It's miles.
It's 1,000 feet.
Okay. So I would say probably a good like 500 feet away from you now.
While we're approaching this, Adaward will ask Fia, do you want me to go ahead and just make sure that their body is,
Oh.
I think that's a good idea, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm gonna just sit. There's not.
Let's find
I'm gonna just
log.
sit here.
Apparently the logs are comfy here.
Can I just conjure a log up for us, please?
Sure.
Same
Yeah,
log.
Cool. Yeah, it's
It's
the exact same log.
It's-
Literally identical.
It can be like the same log, but it's more comfortable. You can feel like it doesn't kind of
Yeah.
jet into you. There's no splinters. It's like it was
Look,
manufactured.
a log.
Wow.
That was not there. So I'm gonna just sit down. I'm just still holding the hat.
Sit with her.
I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Traveling over there, you get towards a little beachfront, and there's kind of a little, kind of almost like a slight cave that's been formed. And there's a few planks and even kind of a couple other bodies which have washed up closer to it. And jutting in a rock, you can see this kind of like rapier that's dug into a rock, and one of the earrings you can just see just there on this rock. A couple of bodies nearby.
He's gonna try to uncover
Okay.
Desert's body.
Push over one of the bodies. Oi! Don't loot the dead.
I'm not looting the dead. I'm
Um,
trying to find.
Walking out of the cave, you see Desra with a
Oh
huge
my
cut against her chest,
God!
bandaged.
Amazing.
Oh, that's a better outcome.
She's holding kind of her chest, where she's kind of wrapped some linen and cloth around it and tied. Wait a minute. I know you. She pours like a drink into her mouth. Throw me my coat. I'm half naked over here.
Yeah.
It's just immediately.
Yeah. She's gonna pose. What are you doing
Can
over
you
here?
walk?
Yeah, I can walk. Why?
Great, then let's walk 500 feet that way.
Lord will
Hold on,
just
hold on.
have them follow them down the
Hold on.
coast.
I ain't going anywhere. I think I might go 500 feet that way and continue walking.
Right, well, 500 feet that way, your daughter is having a mental break. And it would be really nice if you would go over there and confirm you're not dead. Because what I was looking for was your mangled corpse.
Yeah. Are there others over there? Clearing away the dead?
The rest of God's Bane, and a little bit farther up, the rest of the pirates that lived.
If they're not within sight of them, then yeah, sure. Lead the way. Kind of stumbles forward a little bit. And then begins following you out. Fee, instead of seeing Adaward carrying a corpse over, you see instead the hobbling Desert kind of pulls her coat around. Had a little fire. What? Oh, you thought
I'm
I
gonna
was
point
dead.
at Adelward. Actual fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was dead too.
I knew it. I knew it. I said.
voice down.
We're just gonna let everyone think you're dead.
That's the plan.
You were gonna let me think that you were dead.
Not you.
Your fucking
I hadn't
plan.
worked out how I was going to tell you yet, but when I woke up on that beach, I realized I need a fucking vacation.
You had a vacation in Wolfguard when you met my dad. How many you've been taking a
I
vacation?
have a stressful life.
I've known. What kind of vacation? Where are you going?
No,
You just send me a message in a fucking bottle?
I think somewhere cold.
Ew.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Why? Where? Gross. Cold?
I don't know. I think I might just remain dead for a few years. See how it wears on me. Besides, I don't want to be there to watch them mock me about losing the score.
Your ship sank, so you would rather fake your own death than
Respect.
that tracks, actually.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah.
I absolutely would do the same thing.
And between all
You're
of us,
right.
I'm dead.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am. I like that.
Okay. I'm a married man, almost.
That doesn't stop me.
It doesn't hurt.
He like audibly gulps.
Okay. I'm glad you're okay.
You got it done then? Good.
Yeah.
Well, she snaps a
Yeah.
finger towards you, Timmy. I was going to let these turn into scars, but they fucking hurt, so come on.
God damn.
Okay,
I'm
We worked hard too, all right?
just behind her going like,
I appreciate it.
I have.
Can you
I have
leave
pills
one?
left. Don't
Just
give me.
one.
I mean,
Wait,
over the next minute while they're talking, I'll just an aura of vitality has been going off,
Okay.
There you go.
slowly soothing things.
See bits of her kind of wounds just kind of knotting over. That does feel better.
you like, do you need something? Do you need like, I don't,
Yeah.
what do you, how do you,
A refill.
oh, for fuck's sake. A what?
She holds up the empty bottle and just tosses it down to the ground.
Fucking hell. No, I mean like to start your new life. Do you have a new name picked? What do you need like?
One step at a
I'll
time.
use the
little fella.
alchemy jug while they're talking to refill her bottle
Yeah,
and hand it back to her.
It's about.
I'm really having a tough time with this right now.
Hey, you worry too much. Quit it.
Okay, I'm gonna just stop worrying. Look at that, I stopped. I'm totally fine now. Everything's totally fine. Because my mom told me to just stop worrying.
Fia, shut the fuck up. What's the draconic word for cold? Or like breeze?
Gross. It's not. That's just me because I hate being cold.
You
It's-
should take her to the hot springs that Adelward owned. Wait, do you still own part of it?
No, I'm actually completely banned, I believe, from ever going back.
Oh, nice.
I can-
You should take her to the hot springs we're banned from.
Yeah, you should go
Fabia?
home. Don't they? Oh no.
Yeah.
What about trying to go to a cold place makes you think I want to go to a fucking hot spring?
I don't know.
Cold
It's
place.
it's like you sit in the hot water, but it's fucking freezing outside. It's like that sort of
Yeah.
shit.
The
Best of both
duality of,
worlds.
like, yeah.
Oh, that does sound nice.
Yeah, you like plunge into like cold water
Okay.
after like being in a sauna.
Home's a fucking scam, though.
Yeah, you
Oh,
need money to go to home.
Have they got a lot of money there?
Please don't steal things.
Oh, yeah. And
It's
Fabio-
basically only rich people that go there.
Fabio-
Yeah, you can make a
Security is
killing.
bad.
Fabio almost died.
Rich people.
All of her hair fell off. She got
That's
singed.
because I kept trying to go places I wasn't supposed to.
They have it's all
And you don't have to get into me any further, little fella.
magic guards. Jesus.
Oh,
doesn't even exist in this world, and I'm still gonna say it, Mom. Please.
Yes, please go to home. Really piss them off.
Just to really fuck them up over there.
Please
That
don't
would be
go
great.
to home. Please don't go to home. Please
Go to
stay
home.
away from home.
Home is where the heart is. Okay.
I hate all of this so much.
Hey.
I'm not giving you. I was gonna give you some money. I'm not giving you any money because you're gonna get there and you're gonna.
I don't need your money.
please, I don't. Okay.
Glad you're safe. Hey, you can do the whole little magic-y thing you do. You can check in whenever you want.
Okay. You answer
Sometimes.
like half the time, like 50% of the time. You have to answer.
25.
If I call you 3 times in a row, it means I'm really worried, and then you have to at least just say I'm fine. That's only 2 words. You get 25. You just be like I'm fine, and then hang up.
Sure.
Okay. I'm glad you're okay.
You guys gonna like hug or what?
Ugh.
I hug her.
Okay, never mind.
She hugs
You have
back.
to hug me because you were gonna let me think you were dead for a while.
And you can see she lifts her bottle behind you, kind of takes a sip.
Are you drinking right now? Are you drinking? Are you drinking in this hug?
I'm celebrating our victory. She kind of then rests into the hug.
I'm still kind of mad at you, but I love you, and I'm glad you're okay. Please don't go to home.
Glad you're a little far.
Please don't go. To
Go to
home.
home.
Please don't go.
I'm gonna go with your sexy ice friend over there. He seems to be a bit more reckless. She just smirks over towards the animals. Oh, come
You
on.
can't make out with all of my friends. Please don't make out with all my friends. Please don't go to home. Please answer sometimes when I call you.
I'm sure you got fans waiting for you back at your camp. You get going before one of them sees me. You know where to find me. Winks towards you, Edward.
Amazing.
I'll see you soon, little fire. And she turns and walks back towards the coveway, drinks down the bottle and then throws it down to the ground. And you hear her kind of laughing and wandering off into the distance.
Well, I think she's hit on all of us now.
Also, sorry for hiding that.
You bastard.
Well, that was a trip. I'm sorry. That was she.
She was alive. It was a good ending.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That also means, though, I was only today. I could only bring one person back, and I was gonna save it for whoever needed it the most within us. So I mean, I could still find someone. Who should I? I don't want to
mean,
choose.
Okay.
And
What?
at risk of everybody being pissed about it, if we were quiet enough about it, we could bring Haman's buddy back.
Mm-hmm.
We could ask him.
Yeah.
I mean, like, will it look bad? I don't know, right? I suppose there's politics to it, but we could offer if we're all okay.
Are we
That's
able
good.
to bring? I don't know how Warforged work. Can we
Yeah.
help any of the Warforged that died, or not really?
Not cheaply. I would need a body or 25,000
that-
diamonds.
Oh
Warforged
Jesus!
situation. Yeah, I do need to. We do need to also take care of the whole Warforged situation still.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we can ask, I guess.
What if we? Okay. If we resurrect little boy's arm, is it just the arm?
Oh my god.
Does it just walk around on the fingers?
Why would you go straight to just resurrecting the arm and not?
Because that's all we have. Points to arm.
It's not.
That is true.
That's not how it works.
It should be how it works, because that would be
They
sick.
don't have an arm. Do they grow the arm back?
Oh.
No.
Not cheaply. If we have the arm and we sort of attach it in place, then it would repair itself. But if they're missing it, then
That is seriously fucked up. I never really thought about that till right now.
So we can just bring the arm back, is what you're saying.
not the arm, no.
We could find his body and his arm, put them next to each other. Okay. I'm sorry. That was.
Look, I don't know how reses work. I'm just asking questions here.
We should just. We could make the offer
Mm-hmm.
to Haman.
Let's go ask
and
him.
Okay.
I just. Okay.
So if you want to head straight back there, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you'd head back all the way through the camp. By that point, you can see people are preparing now. As a couple more hours have gone by, it's starting to get into the early evening hours. You're probably a couple hours off or so before they start getting their funeral pyres ready. And you'd be able to get to his camp. And I'd say during this time, he's pretty much where you left him. You see he's kind of leaning back. He's had a couple of drinks himself. He kind of listens, stands up, leans up when you come in.
You have to stand up.
Did you-
It's okay.
He slumps back in the chair.
Mm.
Hey. We want to talk for a second, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, I could probably use the company. I'll talk. I was gonna get straight back to work. I was just saying goodbye for the
I think it's
100th
okay
time.
if you don't work right now.
I want to.
I know. What if we could bring him back? Would you want to do that?
You can do that.
We
I'm gonna
can
look at
try.
Timmy.
There's a chance it doesn't work.
There always is a chance, yes.
Okay. It's selfish of me, you know. He was to the great political scheme. He was a bodyguard, you know. If my council was here, they'd be saying, "Bring back Escher Tolan," and they'd be right to say so. But please bring him back. Please try at least. I'd rather know that there was a chance than. I'd rather do something non-political for a day.
I think we might need you. It's good if
You could help
people
us more
that
than any
are
of us.
close with him
Sure.
are involved.
What do you need me to do?
Just reach out for him when you feel it's time, I guess.
All right.
I'll bend over, I'll take out 500 gold worth of diamonds into my hand.
Okay.
And then I'll sort of look at them and look up. And I'll put the diamonds away. And I'll just start casting. This is going to be expensive. I have 1 8th level slot. I'll do resurrection.
Okay. You enter into a resurrection attempt. And you touch the body and begin to cast it. Entering into this resurrection skill, we go into a contest. Would anyone like to join in with this resurrection attempt?
I did not know this character at all.
I
so.
didn't either, but I could. Is there any way to help even if you don't know the person?
There is. The DC will likely be higher unless you
Okay.
strike in a favor. Bear in mind, if you succeed, it drops the DC by 3. If you fail, it does go up by 1. So
Okay.
you don't always need 3 people.
Right.
Unless you feel like you have a good way to offer or a good bargain to play.
Mm.
Or you're a holy person or something, there's a connection.
Above board, I don't think I can help at all with
Yeah,
the skills that I have.
Now we're sitting on a log.
Fabio
Where
will
these
sit
logs keep
on
coming
log
from?
2.0.
There's just logs everywhere.
There's logs everywhere.
You'll see
suddenly.
that Alward drag this log to this area. This is the old log.
The old log,
The
of course.
OG
Have
log.
chairs.
Logs are.
I don't know.
Steps forward first. And he takes the hand of his friend. He uncovers the sheet and he places it in his own. He reaches into his breast pocket and brings out a single gold coin. Places it into his hand. Closes it. You gave this to me when we were just kids. You said, when I'm a king, I'll pay you back. This is me doing that. He just kind of pressures his hand against it. And I'm going to enter his resurrection attempt. Okay. Would anyone else like one? Or are you going to leave it to Timothy's roll?
I don't know what I can do to help here. So for me personally, I'm gonna leave it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it to Timothy's role.
Would you like to finish the ritual, or would you like to add anything to it?
I would also, before I finish, I would sort of plead to Somra.
Okay. Give me a wisdom check. Religion check. With wisdom.
Okay, religion with wisdom.
To DM only.
To
Yeah.
DM only, please. Yeah. So just roll the d20 to me and then add your...
Yeah, add 12 to this.
Okay. Okay.
And I would just say, you may hear from me a lot within the coming days. So many have fallen that we're only looking to help others. I ask that you help us in return, please.
Okay. Well, with that, you were able to enter into finishing the ritual. I believe you now get to add your proficiency bonus to the roll, on top of your wisdom bonus.
That's only if
You're in your form.
it's a res that's a minute or less, and that's only the resurrection that only
Carson, tell me this
counts
one's
if
in...
they've been dead for less than a minute.
Oh, I see. You're right. Okay.
So I had to use a bigger spell because they've been dead longer than that. So this is still just a flat roll.
Okay. So it's a flat wisdom roll, please. To me. Or
Oh, well,
that's fine.
I don't think it's a wisdom, though. It's a d20, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a d20 to me. Yeah. Send a d20 to me, and then it will be including... Oh, no, you don't include your wisdom.
It doesn't include anything. It's
Yeah,
just a flat
just a flat roll.
d20. It's not a skill check.
Your magic courses through the diamond. Breathes in. There's a silence. Haman rests the hand down. trying. The body goes. I've seen your treasury, friend. Gold is not enough to pay you back. But this might do. And you see him go, Rat, and gonna rest his forehead against him. Oh my god, you're back. Yeah. But dying did fucking hurt. Opens his eyes and just looks at his friend. Thank you. And you see them kind of throw their arms around each other, kind of hold each other firmly. You're an idiot. No, you're gonna get told off for that one. And he kind of sits upright and Haman helps him. Thank you, though. He looks across all of you. The dwarf saved us twice today. Thank you. Rathigan leans off of the bed and stands up. Pushes himself to his feet. I'm very hungry. Godsbane, just let any of the politicians you speak to know that it was your diamond. Haman
You'll notice the diamond is still clutched in Timmy's hand.
Wait a minute. How come? Why do you still
How is
have
that
it?
possible?
I mean, I could hear Somra already, I guess. Before I even started the spell, I could hear her sort of speaking to me.
Shit.
I don't think I
She
need an
nice?
offering right now. Is she nice?
What? Three, that's amazing.
Holy shit. That's pretty big, Timmy. That's pretty huge.
Mm-hmm.
Haman looks to you, Timmy, and you I've got to say, out of everyone that I've met in this whole experience, I keep thinking of you whenever I have to be a better person.
Fair.
And this means I could help countless more than I thought. You know?
It does.
It's huge.
Or at least try.
Can you just do it all the time now? Like that?
I mean, it still wears me down. Today, definitely not. We've been through far too much.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you don't need the 10,000 gold worth of diamonds I just gave you? Elwood puts his hand.
All right, okay, fucking chill out, dude.
Not exactly. There's still one thing that I might need them for, if that's all right.
Yeah, fine.
Like, Timmy, out of all of us, you're the only person that would be like, I'm gonna do something good with this, and it would there's no way that it could ever be something bad. Like,
Absolutely.
okay. That's I guess you're gonna have to look at Haman like
Yeah,
people might be mad, right?
let them be mad. It feels good to make a choice.
You get to be a person too.
I often forget that. Rathazir kind of looks at her. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm starving. Go get yourself some food.
I think all he had was wine, it looks like, so.
I think I would be sick, and I don't know if there's anything in my stomach left to be sick with, so.
All right, you guys get some food ordered in here. We're gonna, I don't know, go to the funerals, I guess, and try to get some rest.
We'll be there.
I'm real fucking tired.
The two of them kind of sit down before it's like kind of catching up over it. Is there anything else you want to do before the funerals take place?
No.
No.
The time that passes between them is one of a slow kind of sadness in the camp as people kind of prepare to move on and ready themselves for these kind of funeral proceedings. Now, the funerals depend based on who is from where. So you would see that there are different camps gathered. Down by the riverside. The pirates and their people of the sea. They proceed by taking their people down there. And any bodies they could find, they drift off into the sea. Going out to where the river goes out further. They would pour grog into the water to commiserate any of the ones they couldn't find. The dwarves would mould theirs into the rock and stone of the nearby mountains, forming their bodies into the wall themselves. For those of Kessex and Westmorn, the ground, they believe in burial, buried under the ground to grow flowers and anything pretty above, part of the earth. So druids and any earth shapers have opened up mass graves where individual people would get their own stone and grave, and the great fields that once housed the festival would now be a graveyard as a memory. And the other funeral portion would be those of Fjordhelm, the lost Krigvet, the lost soldiers that came down. And they gather in pyres, a fire to burn against the cold. All of the different funerals are kind of taking place at similar times, so you won't be able to go to all of them. Which ones do you like to go towards?
Gosh.
You can also split up between them. So you've got Kessex, Westmorn, Fjordhelm, the pirates, and the dwarves.
Alor's gonna go to Fjordhelm.
You would go to the pirates.
I don't know.
I don't know where to
I go to the
go.
dwarves.
Dwarves.
Who's left? Kessex and
Kessex and Westmorn. And also you can go to any others the others go with. It's not...
Is there like a scenic cliff that I can sit on and just kind of like
Yeah.
from afar watch all of it?
Yeah, you can see
Yeah.
in the distance of the river, the city over there, so you can see their kind of ones. You can see below you the dwarves down at the bottom of the mountain, kind of preparing their one. Yeah, up where Mythis and Ethermat were. You can go and watch from up there.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Basil?
I'll go to Westmorn.
Okay. As each are gathered, the various figureheads of any religions or any deities step forward and begin giving services. Some are chosen to speak aloud. For the dwarves, you would see Dara, as she's called forth, as the Stone Shapers talk about Stoneheart and returning to rock and stone, becoming part of her. The bodies placed against the walls, and rock transforming them into almost statues embedded into it, grown over. You'd see Dara carry Ogren, place him against the wall, and step away. One of the few of the bodies to have a smile on his face, even at the end. You'd also see in that one Morgus, the dwarf you fought down in her role with a couple other dwarves helping him carry the body of his father, Morg, the Earl, and his brother Morgan, and place them up against the wall. The dwarves speak. And with their bodies included into the walls, the very foundation of our world brings them in. As all stone was once dwarf, all dwarf will become stone. And we will see them again when we are part of it again. The dwarves continue their service. For those of Kessex and Westmorn, you'd see the buried dead covered over with the dirt as the druids morph it into there, and anyone helping that has the magic capabilities to help bury the dead. Thousands are buried. You'd hear various leaders speak, both Alara and Haman speaking. You'd see one notable name, person, face, being placed in a grave nearby. That of Escher Tolan. She's lowered in, along with the general of Westmorn. Each of their stones is grown from the ground, and their names are placed on there. The king gives his speech, and it's one of sacrifice, but love. When the pirates do their one, they send their dead off into the sea and pour the grog that they have available into the waters nearby to be washed up by the local waves. Unlike the others, there is no figurehead that comes out to speak. Each pirate is invited out to speak some words if they need to. Driftwood is used to create little rafts to send off into the waters. Do you say anything, Fia?
Yeah. I'll take Desra's hat and I'll put it on a old driftwood raft. And hey, when she first took me in, I was scared all the time. I was just like an awkward kid. I was afraid of everything, and she just really knew how to live her life, right? Just did everything full tilt. Lived with no fear, with her arms wide open. And I never really understood that. I never really knew how to do that. I was always just kind of like hiding, reading books and stuff. And she said, you can't do that. You can't hide. You have to do the same thing. To just fling your arms open, live your life. One time, she looked me dead in the eye. She took my book from me and she said, Fia, today's where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. And I pushed the driftwood with the hat away.
Oh,
and
God damn it.
My DM.
Fuck you.
Fuck yes.
You made me think she was dead. You made me think she was dead.
Fuck you.
And now you got owned as well.
That's so good.
Oh, dear. Fuck you. So the pirates send off their dead. Over in the Fjordham camp, less of the dead than the other ones. But the Krigven and any Loki that might have died are gathered on pyres. And the fires plume over them. The Krigven all together. They don't send someone up to speak. They stand by honoring the dead watching. And there's a moment where Leska steps forward. Skull! 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 And the chant carries down the entirety of them. Skull! 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 And you can see all of them. Lokovat, Krigven, and any who came to witness this funeral. All around you, Adderward, the chants of your friend's name, and honouring to both the dead and their sacrifice. And once all of the funeral proceedings are done, everyone slips away to rest up for the night. In the morning, diplomacy. You would wake in your various tents or wherever you slept and be gathered to be brought into this diplomatic meeting which will determine the fates of Westmourne and Kessex. I assume you will go?
Mm.
Yeah.
Then, as you... Let me find the right song for this. As you step over there, you would kind of be called in by the various kind of leaders. You'd see Princess Alara's gathered. And Haman. Where is my tune? Let's put this one on. The tent is kind of a tall one. You can see it's away from the other side. There's many guards that would lead up that way. Brought inside as each of you go in there, you would see King Haman on one side. Next to him, Rathazir Mard. On the opposite side, Princess Alara, along with her half-brother Ryan. In the center, closer to Princess Alara, is King Dagum and King Harglin of the Dwarves of Undersun. Along with that, you would also see Dara, who's been brought in as representative of them as well. She sits at the table near them. Otherwise, on the other side, chairs have been brought out for all of you. Glasses are set out, drinks are set out. The day of mourning is gone, as a war now must be discussed. Princess Alara nods her head to all of you. Thank you for coming. We would like your input as well, to decide the terms going forward. If you'd all sit, they begin.
Mm-hmm. So,
Prince Ryan speaks first. Both sides have lost a lot of soldiers. Both sides have lost a lot of people. It's time to end this war. It's time for Kessex to rejoin Westmourne and unite again. Now more than ever, we need one another. Haman shakes his head. Absolutely not. We bled for your city. You didn't bleed for ours. My people once again died for Westmourne. Yes, we died for the rest of the world, but it was once again defending one of your cities. Now more than ever, we have proven why we deserve our independence. Ryan shakes his head. Absolutely not. It's unquestionable. Your rebellion has caused enough damage already. Haman leans up. Our rebellion. To you it is a rebellion. To us, it is our freedom. King Hargrim leans forward. Free them. Is that what you call it? Is that why you used the Warforged who could not fight? Without you demanding it of them? Begin kind of talking over each other, an argument kind of forming.
I'm gonna I'll lean forward a little bit. Has Alara said anything yet?
No, she's silent.
What do you think?
The silence kind of comes out of him. I think I wouldn't see another person die. For the sake of a little land and a little tradition. You see her brother kind of roll his eyes. Sister. This goes beyond that. Does it? Isn't that what it's all about? At the end, it's just blood? He means something. No. We can't allow this to end like that. And the dwarves can link up. Aye. And we'll be discussing our own independence as well. Why should we be fighting for your war as well? Why is it that Kessis gets to rise up? You see Punch Ryan can lean forward. The Easterlands have been part of Westmourne since its foundations. You can't just up and leave and speak on behalf of all of the Easterlands. You control one mountain. We gave you your kingship. An argument starts forming again over it. Does anyone want to do anything?
Oh, gosh.
I think what everyone needs to consider is that you all can squabble about this as much as you want. You can argue back and forth as much as you want, right? But I think what Cassix is saying, and I think it sounds like maybe what Undersun is saying, is that Westmourne is a non-starter now. And with all due respect, and I nod at Ryan, if you're going to just start from that point every time, you'll never be able to come to any sort of arrangement. They're not going to budge. And what you all need to do here is find the strongest path forward for everyone.
And let me guess. The prince looks towards you.
Hmm.
The strongest path forward is for the betterment of Kessis.
The strongest path forward is for the betterment of everyone. That's why we're all here. That's why Undersun, I'm assuming, came. That's why the dwarves in Fjordhelm, looks at Dara, came here to Westmourne to fight the 10th Hell, which was a threat to everyone. That's why Kessis, who's fighting with you for their own independence, came here to help because your city was destroyed. Everyone came here to pitch in. Everyone now is done with pitching in and wants to go back home. You guys need to figure out how to compromise on that so that everyone can go home and continue to live their lives. There's a way forward, but it does not, it seems to me, include one united Westmourne, at least not according to, nods at the dwarves Undersun, not according to Kessis. So you can be pissed about that, or you can figure out a solution.
Roll a persuasion check. Or intimidation.
Well, we're better at persuasion. Oh, not
Ooh.
20.
Beautiful.
38.
Goddamn.
The prince kind of slumps back in his chair. As he sees all the eyes are on you, watching you, nodding. The princess leans forward. To become queen and know that I was the one who was there to see the entire nation break apart. Or stain my name for many years going forward. However, In truth, this war has been no solution. Perhaps in time, the borders which will now break will mend themselves. Perhaps we'll see common ground again. But the majority of those who travelled so far from Kessex today, none of my people had ever seen their faces. They were strangers in a stranger's world. To ask strangers to come so far to bleed on the very grass that I grew up in, that I played in as a child, is not something that I have the heart to do again. If we come to terms on this, what is it that you would want? There is a back and forth for a little while. Diplomacy, as you've convinced them. The back and forth adds Haman gifting the City of Advent back, along with soldiers being brought back away from the borders. The dwarves speak about claiming their own mountain and any who would ever declare to them instead, with no intention of war. And you hear about the potential breaking of Westmourne in front of you. But it does seem that this is the course of diplomacy in the end of this war. But one question comes back up. King Daggum leans forward. That's all well and good. But what about the Warforged? Many of them are our people. What about them?
I'll look at Adelward.
Yeah, Bobby would look at Adelwood too.
I have the Warforged failsafe. We can free them and give them their free will again. And as far as I'm concerned, this is not a political decision. This is a decision that has to be made. There's only one correct choice.
We have a fund set aside, ready for them, so that they can try as best they can. I look at Dara to have a fresh start wherever that may be, so that we can give them something to help. It's not going to fix anything. It's a start.
King Haman speaks up, looks to Wrath and looks across. They mean it. They stay true to their word. And if I had known sooner what the Warforged were, I wouldn't have used them. We never meant to fight this war by bleeding out people that did not have a choice. It was only right that the army makes their own decisions. We've already used them enough. I put the decision down to Godsbane. As much as their responsibility is overwhelming, I think we can all prove that they, above all of us, have no ulterior motives as a group. And this nod.
I mean, we all agree on what should be done.
Yeah.
Unanimously.
So,
And the Warforged will be given their freedom. And the discussion goes on for a little while longer. Until eventually terms of the ending of a war are discussed. And you're all given free to leave. King Haman would stop you all before going, as the kind of it all filters out of his tent and kind of look across and say, we'll be moving along the road back towards Albridge. taking the long way path. We'd love you to join us. Spend a few days on the road. Relax. And from Albridge, you can go from there.
I just assumed that I was gonna come with you, so that's weird, but okay.
It was mostly for the group.
No, I know, I got it. I was just sorry. It was
I'll come with. Why are you squinting at us? Come on. You're coming with us. Come on.
we're all gonna. What if could you all just go to Aldrich and then we can
We should all just go together. I don't know.
should have like one, right? Looks at everyone super intensely.
All right, I'll go with you.
You guys, I was trying to do the math the other day of how many times I could just send messages to all of you, and then I gave up because it's a lot. So if you don't, just know that I could call you a lot wherever you are while I'm on the road, just like riding on a horse with nothing else to do. I'm just throwing that out there. You could just come to Aldrich.
Look, you can call me whenever you want, but it's like not my fault what you get back. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, I probably won't use. I don't want to. Probably won't do video. We'll just.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll just stick to audio.
it's safe.
Yeah.
Do you want to travel back to Albridge?
Yeah.
Sure.
Then the sights of the camp will be a memory within hours as the remaining soldiers and armies start gathering them up. Pick up any tents they can, pick up anything they left behind. Westmorn remains behind. Wolfguard already leaves a couple hours earlier than the rest, preparing their march north. Before going, Maria Carnenem would come over towards you, Adaward, and say, Malanos, we're going to need him.
Right. Was this something that was established before? Sorry, I'm not sure.
No, not necessarily, no.
Is this is there anyone else in the group with me, or is this like something they came up to me?
I don't think
knew-
she would be technically hiding it, so she'd come to you as a group.
We knew that he was trying to fix Wolfguard, like when we went to ask him if he was going to come with. And I think that's the extent of it. We just were like, yeah, but what if you have a chance to like help this? And he was like, okay, I guess. He's strong-armed.
Above board, I don't think Adelward. This is like his phylactery. That with this, they basically have his life in their hands, and I don't think that was the deal. At least the way Adelward perceived it. You know where his tower is. I'm going to bring him back to where we found him.
Very well.
You can speak to him there.
All right. We'll seek him out there. She rushes off to find the other wolf guardians who are heading northward. But the rest of the armies travel the same road. They travel northeast. The next few weeks, you'll be able to wander the road, spend time having small talk, eating good food, seeing the rest of Westmorn, which you never really got a chance to see. You'll be able to pass by through the portions of High March, which great colleges stand in the distance, great towns. You'd be able to pass through the Esterlands, see beautiful cities on the coast. As the armies slowly dwindle out, as people march and turn off on their own roads, which would lead back to the towns they were mustered from. And slowly, portions of the army would break off, with the Krigven heading northward. But there's a point when you're traveling back through into Kessex, when the majority of you would recognize it. Fabian and Adaward wouldn't. But you hit a crossroads. And there's an inn. A path that you've trodden on long ago. You see the first inn that the majority of you met in. Rook's Rest. The army would continue on, allowing you to go and get a drink together. At the place where you first met.
We should stop here, right?
I mean, we gotta.
You guys, this is where we met Timmy and Scold.
Aw, cute.
There was a huge log in the way, which in retrospect is now really funny because it was a giant log. But also, like, why didn't we just try to? And it was a really big log. No one was gonna move it, and so we had to like detour, and they had a detour, and like that's how we met. I don't really remember if the food or drinks are any good though, but we could check it out.
It's fine. We can magic them good.
Yeah.
That's true. Everything's tasted like chocolate cake for me for like the last 6 months, man. It's kind of gross when it's water. I don't recommend it.
Oh.
Let's go in.
Okay. Head over to Rook's Rest. When you enter here, this will be the final times we get to share as a party. As when we come back from a break, I'll ask you the question of where do you all go from here? Go ahead and refill your drinks, use the loo, and we'll be back in 5 minutes after a little break.
Aw.
See you soon. Okay. Let's bring things back down. Hello, hello.
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 Oh, hey there.
Now, before we get back into this next section, I would like to invite Sam back to the table.
Hey.
Oh!
He does exist.
For joining us for the
I don't know if
last
he's at his
half.
computer.
Yep. I thought that might happen.
All I know is when we got up for break, I heard
Perfect.
someone say, "Let me out, let me out." And I think
And that was Sam.
Yeah, that makes sense.
from my point of view, no one was at their desks anymore. I was like,
it was
what?
so good.
This is the gremlin in your headphones.
I was like, what the fuck was
Let me DM him. He might only be listening to DMs. Hold on.
scared me?
Come in now. You good?
You are released.
Come in now. Come in, please.
Mr. Sam.
Please to come in.
And then when he gets back. Well, we can put his little cam on now, so he'll be fine. Once he gets back, you see him. So,
Fine.
welcome back to the table, Sam.
Hey.
Hey.
Yay.
Hello.
So,
He's been here the whole time.
What?
That's right.
you are all able to hold on. Two songs playing at once here. There you go. All of you enter into the bustling tavern. Rook's Rest is a cramped tavern. It's one where you'd have to go and find room in the corner, but right now, unlike when you first met, there is no blockage in the road. Crossroads taverns are mostly frequented by merchants looking to get a place to sleep, a drink to fill the night. You'd find that it's quieter in here. You've got portions of people in their own corners talking and laughing, and it creates a kind of a background atmosphere to you. But you'd be able to find your own corner area, where you first got tables, a little spot in the corner. A waitress comes down from the bar, and a little kind of half goblin, half halflings. You can kind of this wisp of kind of like pinkish to a green skin and smaller ears that almost droop down, almost like spaniel like. She has kind of great curly hair. She walks over and she says, "Would you like me to get you any drinks?"
Yeah.
Yes.
Please. What does everybody want? I'd like something sweet, please.
We've got ale or water.
Great. I'll
Ale,
take an
please.
Ale, please.
Ale.
Ale for everybody at this table.
Okay.
The next table over's like,
She wanders back over towards the barn, starts pouring out some ales.
I'm gonna look. Do we see Ernie anywhere? I'm gonna just look around. Guys, this is like where we met the guy who gave us Blossom.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
He's like a zoologist or some shit. He was talking about like a worm tour. Worms. Like a tour of the
Field of
field where the
worms.
worms. It's like
Yeah.
I feel like
I
it
don't
also
know.
doesn't
It's
need
like
to be said because I just always assume Blossom is in here and I probably
Yeah.
have
Okay.
to sit next to the table.
You see that kind of a bit like,
They don't wait outside.
Yeah, I feel like Pog is always out.
You kind of get this kind of almost awkwardness from the bartenders. The people are looking around over towards you, and then one person leans forward. And then his friends push him a little bit, and you see this kind of human guy get up, probably in his mid-20s, and he kind of wanders over to you. Sorry to disturb you. I just wonder, are you Godsbane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are.
It's just that we heard the stories. I just didn't. I mean, that
Oh.
the beautiful creature gave it away, and just wanted to say that we'd heard of you.
Oh. Hey, does Ernie still like live around here? Is he okay? How's he
Oh,
doing? Do you know who he is?
That guy, yeah, no, he
Oh.
only comes in during the season when all that worm thing in the field.
Yeah, he loves
Oh,
that Wormfield thing.
He hasn't been in this season though. The rock's gone missing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I just want to say thank you for acknowledging. We don't get many adventurers around here. If it's your first time, though, I'd ask for the better meat. She keeps a bigger cask down by the bottom.
Good to know.
Good to know.
Orders it down for newcomers, so.
Oh.
Thanks.
And he wanders back over towards his table, and his friends like clapping him back. I knew it was them.
Aw.
It's like,
Cute.
That's really cute.
you are able to spend this night together. Drinking. There are no rooms to stay there. When your ales are served to you, you realize that you won't be able to stay here the night. Which means it's limited. When each one of you gets up to leave and goes to the door, I will ask you the question. Where did they go? You don't have to make the decision yet. You can just spend some time in the tavern.
I feel like probably like we all have our own stuff to do, right? Like we're like
I gotta drop off the jar.
yeah, right. Also, like
Hope they're not waiting at the tower for him.
The his little undead babies. They're like, "Where's
No,
Papa?"
those people locked up in the jar. They said they
Oh, I
told
see.
them to go there.
It's less funny. Okay.
we're just like camping out there.
He
right
should
now.
have been here by now.
I have an idea, and I'm just gonna say it, and if you don't like it, it's fine. What if, like, I think it would be a better idea if we all just stayed together forever, and no one else wants to do that, so it's okay, and I'm fine
I
with
want
it.
to do that.
But okay, me and Basil will probably hang out together all the time, and you guys are always welcome to hang out. But I also feel like you have better boundaries than I do, and you probably have your own lives and are going to do your own stuff, and that's okay. But I do think that, like, what if, like, this may be kind of maudlin. We don't have to do it like this. What if, like, every year we like meet at Old Blues, like on the anniversary of the battle, and we could like go fishing, talk about Scold,
I'm down. Sure.
and like
I'm probably gonna be staying there anyway since I'll
Forge
be
stuff.
up in Wolfguard.
yeah, okay.
Stay at Old Blues, yeah. Everyone, as always, you guys, we own it together, always. It's just stay whenever.
I'm just staring at Adelward.
And it'll be me.
It better be.
Now I don't think it will be.
Anyone that wants to try to roll to check is being serious.
I'm not even gonna try.
I'm just, yeah. Anyway,
Look, just be aware of the fact that, like, you know, we're all going to get more and more powerful, and eventually we'll be able to tell immediately if it's you or not. So you can
Yeah.
only
It's
pull
going
that
to
shit for
be
so
me.
long.
For sure.
I'm just saying.
He's thinking
If
it
it's
like a
not-
challenge now. Like he has to make these like every clone has to be so much more convincing. No, that's fun.
I hope he's written down every word he's ever said to us. So we can be like, if they ask you this, it's this. It's like a whole flow chart. Okay. And like sometimes we might not be able to. It's okay, but like we should try, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, cool.
I'll try.
That
You
means
just
a
said
lot.
it was definitely going to be you, and you're going to be there all the time. So I'm not even worried about you. You're for sure there.
Good. And I mean, even if you didn't think it was me or I wasn't there, you just hassled me for the next 2 hours with a spell anyways in my
Yeah,
head.
that's true. I
So-
really would, for sure. Also, I was thinking, you know, it doesn't even matter how many times that I could send it, because Basil could just keep making attacks that are like unlimited use. So if you don't
True.
show up,
Yeah.
like it'll be just like you're there, but in 25-word spurts.
Really good. Really good.
That's the way that we find out. When he shows up, we use tack and we say that we want to call out a
See
word.
if it like pings that have a word or not.
And if this doesn't work,
Genius.
Oh my God.
Amazing.
all right, great.
Damn. Well, that problem's resolved.
This
If you
1,000
guys
yards
ever-
staring into the wall behind
It's like, how do I break this? How do I fix this?
Fuck.
I have to kill Basil.
I must die.
Rewrites epilogue.
Hang on, Joe. Let me send you a DM.
If you guys ever need me to build anything like houses when you're ready to settle down, just please let me know. I'll probably build you guys houses anyways. Maybe in like a town where we could all hang
Yeah,
out
like, we
when
could
you
just-
feel like it.
I'm sure there's somewhere in Sussex that we could just have, and we could put all of our
Yeah.
houses, like not super close because you don't want to see into somebody's window from your own window, but like close enough that we could hang out.
We'll have healthy boundaries. We're gonna work on this.
This doesn't sound like healthy boundaries.
I just
Yeah, no,
want us
because we
to have
need
somewhere we
neighbors,
can
not like in the
congregate.
same house.
Right.
Like if we all just went to live at Old Blues, that would be like no boundaries because we'd all be in the same house. So this would be like we have our own property.
Oh.
It's
I
gonna be
can
a series of
customize
Outerwards
them.
dying as we speak.
there is a constant acknowledgement now at this booth where Scold would usually be the person that would give
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
some break from this, and there's now no one there.
Yeah.
So it's just
I've
him
never missed him more.
pushing back on this stuff.
I was like, I was thinking, you know, how it was like super awkward when everyone was talking about like, oh, we should all, do you guys stay part of Westmore? No, I want to be my own country, whatever, right? And like, part of me just kept waiting for school to like just slam his fucking maul down, right? And be like, you're all being idiots, or get over yourself.
Get
or
over
whatever,
yourself.
right? And it was like, he did that all the time for us. And now
Now
he's
we
gonna
gotta
cut
do
through the
that.
bullshit. Like,
Yeah, I think
I
we could
can't-
all learn a thing or two.
cut through
Yeah, you
my
can.
bullshit. Days cutting through. Was cut. Whatever. Anyway, I miss him.
Yeah.
I miss
him too. But hey, he's alive.
Yeah.
He's just stuck in hell, which was already going to be the situation because he was a fiend. I don't know if that makes it any better. Just, you know.
Like how fast do you think it's moving away from us? Like, could we like Timmy
Well,
can like
you want to try to
plane
stop
shift?
him
I don't
to
know.
check.
Like Basil can like make portals places. What if we like
I mean,
just
they
thought about
needed
it?
This planar magnet to even reach our plane, and we broke that.
Yeah.
Maybe someday we could figure something out, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon.
I mean, if he dies, he might be sent back to his own plane, but the problem is I don't think he's gonna die.
Yeah.
Not Scold.
Oh, that'd be embarrassing if he died soon enough that we could find him in his actual plane.
We could like leave a message
the
in
things I
that
would say to
hell.
him.
Not even 1,000 years goes by and you're already dead. Embarrassing. Cringe.
Coming schooled L.
The first time I died, it was like to a clown. Like you're
As the
acting like
clowns dies to
acting like my
dreams,
first
dude.
death wasn't fucking atrocious.
He just fucking trips, breaks his neck.
Oh, fuck.
Joe's like, what are you gonna do? Do you know?
Well,
Well, no, you go first. I don't
no,
know.
you go first.
Well, you're all invited to my wedding. I just wanted to say that's gonna happen. So
Aw, when is
for
that?
sure.
Are you doing the like, in 3
send
years
out-
we'll get married?
I imagine soon because Affy's pregnant. So I'll send out invites. You'll hear from me.
Okay.
Yeah, probably soon though.
I'll be there.
Am I allowed to hang out with your kid?
We
gonna
know how
insight
to
check that one.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's fair.
With my
This might
Nice.
be the last time you get to do an inside check.
Yeah.
Auntie Fabia.
Yeah.
What are you gonna teach the baby? Like, what do you think?
He is
your-
telling the
41.
absolute
They're
truth.
39.
It's just that half the time the way he says things is just fucking
Sounds like-
obnoxious.
Yeah,
He doesn't
yeah.
know how to talk
It's
to people
the
right.
nod.
Yeah.
You guys are all gonna be aunts and uncles to my kid.
That's cute.
Yeah. I know that they could learn something from each and every one of you.
Good things.
And bad. We need a healthy dose of both.
Okay, nice, cool.
We're all safe.
I'm probably gonna go back to the woods, if I'm honest.
Oh, like you're born or whatever. The moms and
No, the I want to go back to the Great Wood.
Oh.
I think there's a lot I can learn from the Lago out there. There's just shit that like they know that the matrons on purpose didn't teach any of us, you know. So I feel like that's a pretty good use of my time.
Cool.
I have to go and actually deal with the unpacking of my people's entire gruesome history.
Yeah.
So I kind of have to.
Shit.
I kind of have to deal with that. I'm going to
That's
swing it
gonna
around there.
like take a while.
Then I don't know.
What if they try to make you king?
Oh shit.
Ugh.
Yeah,
You
I
could
just said that
leave
so I
one
could see that
ear-
face.
Yeah, leave a Doug.
There you go, King Doug.
King Doug.
King
That way
Doug.
you
Well, I mean,
can
they'd
make
probably call
all
him
of
King
the-
Adelward, but like, you know,
If you make him king, then you can come to all of our important meetings over the
That's
years too. Kind of like resolves the whole problem.
you would have so much free time.
Don't take this away from me and give me some excuse for me to be more present in all of your lives, please.
What about you, Timmy?
I mean, I made a promise to Wolfguard, so I don't know how long that's gonna take.
Yeah.
But I will be back for your wedding, Basil.
Yes, please. I hope all of you are. It would mean the world to me.
Of course.
I'm like your best dragon person thing, right? Like, I'm like.
Oh,
I'm,
yes,
like-
please be in the wedding. All of you are welcome to be
Okay.
best.
You don't want me in a wedding?
Wait, why not? What do you do? Do you get like?
Fine, I'll be in the wedding.
Fight?
Yes!
You look so disappointed at me. Jesus. Okay, yeah, sure, I'll be in the wedding.
I adore all of you exactly how you are. So just come up and be yourselves, you know? Whatever that may be. Affy is used to it now, too. So,
Oh.
Now you have to like be careful. You can't die again. She's gonna be so pissed at you if you do.
yeah, that would be bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if I
mean-
can die of like old age. I'm not
Oh.
sure how that works. Being
I don't know.
Oh,
Dude, you
don't
look
think
real
about that
fucking
too
old.
much.
That was
Her.
I'm
scary
not
as
ready to
fuck.
tell her that. I don't know how I'm going to tell her that. That's going to be a
That
conversation.
you're a song? She doesn't know that shit?
And she's gonna get like old
No.
and you're gonna stay young and
I'll tell you.
No, don't say that shit.
You gotta,
Basil
you
looks
gotta
like he's going
watch
to
it.
fucking cry. I have to find a way to make her immortal then, too.
We got some time. Like, it's fine. Do you know what? There's huge library
Yeah.
in Oldbridge, and I think that, you know, we can figure it out, right? Also,
Yeah.
Adelward, you probably ask Todd, right? How do we
What do you want me-
become immortal? I don't know.
What do you want me to just use
Yeah,
Todd
to find the
as a
secrets of
tool to
immortality
extend the lives
of our loved
If I
ones.
say
Yes, I
pretty
do. Wait, is that
please,
weird?
Does it change your answer?
No, it's just okay. I'll look into it.
I'm a hug Adelward.
Once again, this was just Adelward doesn't know how to talk to people. It turns out he was never a get. So a lot of time his confusion sounds like sarcasm, but it's really just confusion.
Drinks
Yeah,
are
I mean, I
continuously
guess-
served to you throughout the night.
Like, if Todd can't figure anything out, like we could all just everybody could just be vampires. That'd be fine. Like my dad seems okay with it. Like he's still living a great life. He's got
That'll
a
be a
fucking
last resort, I
mean-
think.
nice fucking house. He could control the doors with his mind. That shit's cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That place is nice. The towels are really soft. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there that it's a possibility if we can't think of anything else. No pressure.
I'll find something, probably,
Probably.
maybe.
Cool. Feels weird.
What are you gonna do, Timmy? Oh, we need to go to Wolfguard and help out
Yeah, we said we'd help with Haven. We have to do that.
with the werewolf situation. Yeah.
Well, if you're going straight there, why don't you take the jar with you? Saves me a trip.
Yeah, I guess I could do that if you show up to
That's
my
true.
wedding.
I already said I was going to do
Okay,
that for
I don't
sure.
know. Okay.
Well, Elward stands up. Now that I don't have to do that, I've got like a bunch of stuff going on. So I'm gonna get to it.
He takes one step towards the door.
Fabio gets up and hugs him.
Yeah. aw. Yeah. Can we just tackle him in a group hug?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Oh.
All right. Okay.
Bye, bud.
Hi,
I'm
Edelward.
surely be talking to all of you soon, anyways.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna message you. Don't
You
worry.
don't have a choice. Points at Fia.
I know.
I'll try to not. I'll try to be respectful of your personal space and time.
I appreciate that.
Okay,
Goodbye.
I'm gonna try really hard. Goodbye.
Bye,
And the
Elwood.
Lord will start to walk out the door.
Blossom and Adderward step out the door of the tavern. Where do you go from here? For the rest of your life?
The first thing that Alward's going to do is, just like he told Chill he's going to go find him, he is going to make a new Doug, and the three of them are going to fully transcribe the archives from out of Todd so that his people actually have them, including all of the bad parts, all the stuff from when they enslaved elementals and used them and how they lost their civilization. And he's going to make sure that there is a groundwork and understanding of his people, that the trajectory of them going forward has to be one of cooperation with the Krigven and one that doesn't revolve around taking advantage of others.
During your conversation with all of them, there's going to be a moment where Chew would stop you and look at you and say, is there a chance this could be used in the wrong hands? What's our plan then?
There's always a chance. I mean, hell, a magic item is just a magic item. Either someone with good intentions picks it up or someone with bad intention. You use your spear with good intentions, and well, if someone bad picks it up and they hit you with it, well, then it was used for a bad one. All we can do is make sure that people understand and keep those outcomes from happening, the bad ones. But either way, the Lokarat need to know.
Then they'll know. All are good and all are bad. And it takes some time. Transcribing Todd and all of the wealth of information that the Lokarat had during their heightened era in the northern continent in the freezing cold. The information that you spread out could be used for evil. Could be used for good. But it's information that you have made public now. And the possibility of improvement across the board in Lokavat, Krigven, and Northern Society in general is massive. Where from there?
The last thing that Skuld asked Adelward when he stayed behind was to keep the others safe, to watch out for the others. So I think that unlike a lot of the rest of the group that really has long-term trajectories in mind of like, I want to settle down, I want to have a family, Adelward didn't have any of that. For him, Godsbane was his family. So he is going to invest the rest of his time in Velreath to making sure that they all get to live as peaceful of a life as possible on this continent while they are still here.
Yeah. And
He's not the kind of person that would kick back and go on a vacation, I don't think, anymore.
Mm-hmm. So you spend however long it takes. Any threat that comes your way. Kind of an unsung hero in your own regard, that the best possibility, the best outcome, is that no one else stresses over it. You can deal with their stress for them. Adelward would continue to look after the entirety of you and anyone who deserves, not just deserves, needs the help. Is there anything we're missing before we get to the last portion? Or is that the majority of his life?
No, I mean, there's this thing he'd do after the last portion, but we can cover that afterwards.
Then I'll take your mind to a moment where, in a quiet village, where the window shutters blow in the wind and slam back and forth, the great town hall of this village seems to have blood trails leading up to it. As we cross over it, you see the houses have been emptied out. And within the confines of this town hall, the villagers gather in robes of black, blood handprints on their face. Each of them carving the hair off the flesh of their skin. Cultists gather, drawing a great symbol of a bloodied axe on the ground. They stand, and their leader steps forward. In the center of their ritual table, a round table, is the corpse of a merchant that they've taken off the road recently and killed. They declothed him and prepared. The leader steps forward, draws out a knife.
Today, we bring back Ukax the Defiler. Today we bring back our master. Today we draw from the hellish reaches of the abyss, depths, and we draw forth a demon unlike any other to rewalk our world with the blood of this sacrificed one. From his corpse, the Defiler will rise again.
All of them brings the knife forward, plants it in the chest, and drives it back.
Okay. All right.
Who said
Relax.
Quiet during the ritual.
And you see the
Stop.
ribcage burst forward.
Just stop.
Whilst
Alward walks in.
they turn towards Adderward,
Walks into view.
you just see them all just kind of standing there as the doors open now, wind's blowing in. The body bursts forward with blood, and you see this head and arm and Ukax the Defiler, this great big kind of Glabrezu demon goes, finally. Oh shit.
Ukax.
Oh shit. And then he just
The
pushes his
third
arm back
time.
in.
This year.
The cultists look back and back to you. Ha. I
Did
didn't.
you even tell these ones that they're the third attempt this year?
How did you find me already?
Because I always find you. This entire continent is under my observation. You need to fuck off. Listen,
Don't worry, Master.
Just-
We'll deal with this one. Of course. And his head dips back down into the body. The body closes up, and the cultists stand there like, Master? As another door kicks open. They look that way. What do they see?
They see another identical Adelward.
And
hey,
then a window smashes.
how's it going?
From the window.
The cultists, as a series of doors are breaking open and windows.
Oh, fuck.
We'll get them! And the cultists charge, unknowingly, into a series of Adderwards.
Doug Defense Force.
Oh my god, amazing.
And I imagine we cut away to the local kind
DDF.
of mountain and watch over a series of Adderwards doing what they do best. So,
The DDF, dude.
the DDF.
Valreith's front line.
Adderward.
Adelward spent so much time trying to perfect the idea of making more clones of a clone. Even if they would never be as strong as the original, he wanted to make sure that something was left behind, that even when he left Valreith, when he was done on this material plane, there would be something left behind to protect this place from extraplanar threats, things like that. He would invest so much time into that, and then when the time finally came for him to leave, he would give a failsafe kill switch to disable them should something ever happen to both Cheel and anyone from Godsbane. And once his job was done here, he would travel the plains for the rest of his days, trying to add more discoveries to Todd, knowing that one day someone would find that and they would be able to tell others all the things he found when he was alive. And he'd fade away one day, and his energy would return to the elemental plane in however many centuries or thousands of years.
For countless years, Adderward becomes more than just a name among Godsbane. Across various planes of existence, many known and many unknown, the sight of a Lokavad, shimmering with magic, is a terrifying one for demonkind, devil, even dark fae, as he protects not just his family, but his world before fading off. After each of your epilogues, I'll give you a little kind of a little bit of knowledge of what happens to a couple of other people or regions before we get back to the tavern. Agrithor, son of Magnathor, he settled down in the mountains with the Krigven, forever trying to repent for the sins of his father. He found solace in forging weapons for any Krigven that he could within the mountains that followed the paths of Skuld. His finest work to date is the forging of a new set of Krigmiti, smaller, but each of these belts was given to a member of the council, with their own clan's rune forged into the center, and spent the rest of his days among the Krigven. But Fjordhelm in general would very much stay mostly the same. Their people were mostly unaffected by the changes in the south, focusing more on the dangers of their already pretty hostile area of the world. But one portion did change. Kongstol thrived. Not just thrived, but the mountains that they were located in became filled with tunnels that led to smaller settlements. Eventually towns and villages. Mountains, which a merchant was said to be able to sleep without even being woken by the sound of a bat. For the Krigven defended their halls with valiant strength to all those who couldn't defend themselves. Another question to ask you, Adderward, would be, what would you do with Mananos?
I mean, Adelward would have. I mean, at Melanos, he gave the jar to Basil
Oh, you did
Oh,
actually.
yeah.
before he left
Yeah.
And I'll ask
Oh
that
my
later.
because he
God.
knew they were going to Wolfguard.
Mm-hmm.
Basil would
So
make sure, like, I'm just to hand this over. Like, that's
You were to bring it to the tower,
okay.
bring him back to where we found him.
Okay, perfect.
Cutting back into the tavern then. You've just seen Adderward leave, venturing off to do his most immediate business.
That's sad. It's been like 30 seconds. I'm already sad.
I know. I just it's weird. There's some finality feeling, isn't there?
Yeah.
Like we've agreed we'll see each other once a year, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
And you're gonna get married probably
Yeah.
immediately. So
Oh shit.
Are you gonna
I
get
gotta
married?
get married.
are you also
Yeah,
getting
are
married
you gonna get
immediately?
married?
Right, yeah.
You guys
No,
have to
not
coordinate because I
immediately.
can't be at
It's gonna
both.
be
So
I don't think I get to pick the day.
Oh, because it's like the whole king thing.
Yeah, I don't actually know what we were just like, yeah, we'll figure it out later. Cause like, what if we die? I don't know. I guess now I gotta think about it. That's weird. Yeah, yeah. You might have to make 2 trips. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if I can. I'll call
it's
you.
fine.
let you know.
You know, as long as
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to be in both places at the same time. I can't do that. I'm not Adderward.
No.
No, no, it's gonna be fine. Okay, cool. We just
All right, I'll rip the band-aid off. She'll chug the rest of her ale, get up, give everybody a big hug.
Oh, big hug.
big hug.
Brah.
Are
Do
you
you
gonna
want to
like?
steal something off of me for old time's sake?
Oh my
did you
god, I
already
should
steal
have.
something, and we just didn't know.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
Are you gonna like do a weird portal thing out of here, or are you just gonna like cool walk
I was
out?
just gonna
Oh,
walk
yeah.
out the door.
Well, that's
I
cool
feel
too.
like, I mean, she's gone now, but I feel like Blossom being in here did enough for
Yeah.
the mental state of everybody in this
You see they're
tavern.
already
So.
sweeping up around her bits and then scrubbing in some of the scrapes that came on.
All right, I'll see you guys around.
Have fun in the Great Wood.
Thanks. Yeah, definitely. Time's weird in there, so like message me.
Oh, shit.
I'll get out of there as soon as I can.
Okay.
so
We'll
give me
message you,
good
like,
good heads
yeah,
up.
We'll give you a heads up so you know when to
Yeah.
leave or whatever.
Okay,
I don't know.
cool.
We'll figure it out.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
Still- Walk out the door.
Fabia, the cut purse of the group, joined so long ago, stealing from the group. Now leaving, stepping out with the mysteries of the world ahead. What does Fabia do for the rest of her life?
Definitely at first she spends a lot of time in the Great Wood. A lot of time with the Lago out there, and it becomes more and more apparent that some of them are dead set on going to the Feywild.
Yeah.
They know that there was a place in the Feywild that the Lago used to live, and Fabia sort of tentatively takes it upon herself to go to the Feywild and figure out where that is. Eventually, there's like a small community of Lago that have come over from this plane to the Feywild that gets established, and it starts to thrive. The Lago that come there, they really feel different. They feel like it's where they're from for sure. But another thing that she makes sure to do while she's spending time there is to kind of slowly reestablish a relationship with Lucky. Lucky realizing now that like she's still with the White Rabbits and they're, sort of looking for things to do. He starts to suggest Fey royalty and other people to potentially steal specific items from. He finds it fun to like suggest more and more ridiculous things to try and take, and they're usually totally successful. But eventually, I think the White Rabbits would have a moment where they came to Fabia and were like, we would really love to know what happened to Alice.
Yeah.
Like, is she actually dead? Where is she? We'd just like to know what happened, like from her, because she's for whatever reason stuck so much in their minds.
You would search for a while in the Feywild, and as time would go on, you would find it's difficult to track her. And eventually one glimmer of hope, somewhere in the depths of the Feywild, a Red Queen is just said to have gone missing. And they spoke of a girl with blonde hair. Upon arriving at a castle where the floor is checkered of white and black, sat in a throne, picking at grapes, popping them up into her mouth, in a long kind of blue tattered dress with a white front to it, her hair tied back behind. Alice sits in the throne of the Red Queen, notices you come in with the other White Rabbits, and quickly stands.
Alice, I assume?
Fabia, I assume.
I am Fabia. You've heard of me.
Yeah, you've been looking for me.
Yeah.
Trust the White Rabbits.
I mean, I haven't. She'll gesture to the White Rabbits.
Kind of like folding their arms. Surprise! Sorry for rushing off. This is the part where I meant to come up with a good excuse. I know. Where I meant to say I was threatened or I was, I don't know, blackmailed or perhaps I couldn't get back or perhaps I died and came back. But
look, I think we can all appreciate doing something for a purely selfish reason. It was more...
No. It was selfless. I'm just really bad at saying goodbye. I felt like I was holding them all back, so I don't know. Maybe that is selfish. I like doing it on my own.
Well, if that's the way you feel, that's fine.
She looks across all of you. I did like doing it on my own.
Well, we happen to have an opening. You know, if you are looking for people to do fucking crazy shit like this with.
4 months. I planned this. You should have seen the Jabberwocky I had to run away from. Monstrous.
I bet with a group, you could do this in a couple of days, a week.
We could get a lot more done.
We could get a lot more done. And I got a good contact. You might not like him very much, but he's a good contact.
She wanders down the stairs towards you. You see the kind of others like leaning around, the dormouse fall asleep. We missed you too. She looks to you, Fabia. All right. I'm in.
Nice.
And she brings out a long bit of paper and a list of names. This is a 3-year plan. Let's do it in one.
Let's do it in less than one.
And she extends her hand out.
Yeah, Fabio will take it.
And with the clasping of hands, Alice joins the White Rabbits and the crew of Fabia's thieves. Where do you go from there, Fabio?
I think because of the nature of the Feywild, it's not totally clear. Time starts to get really muddy for Fabia. She's always there for Godsbane when they need her, anytime they call. She maybe misses the yearly Blue meetup every now and then. It's never on purpose. But another place that she always makes sure to go to is the Burrow. And it's starting to get pointed out to her that she's changing. She's not aging the same way that the other Lago are. That her eyes are brighter, that her movements are sort of bizarre and silent. And it becomes really clear to her, especially with Bowen, that the Lagos she grew up with are old now.
Yeah.
And she would talk with Bowen about that.
Yeah, you would arrive back, and it's strange because the Lago don't change much about the homes, but at the time you've been gone, they have. Still as reclusive, still as hidden away, but maybe a little stretch of some more adventure to it. But nothing more than maybe spending more time with the elves in the same woods and taking on some of their architecture to help defend their own homes. Likely a suggestion from Bowen. When you arrive back to him, the matrons have passed. A new kind of elders have started to take control or been given control, and it's very much a place where you only recognize children as adults now. And those people that were your age are now families. When you see Bowen, he sat down, nursing an aching leg from spending too much time gathering. And you get to him and he's rubbing his hands against it. And you can see grey wisps throughout his fur on the front, kind of portioning around his chest. He looks up to you and goes, Fabs?
Hey, Bowen.
I haven't seen you in some time. I didn't even know if you'd be coming back.
Yeah, apparently. To look around. I wanted to talk to you about something, actually.
Yeah, of course.
What do you think about coming to the Feywild with me? Come on. It's different there, Bowen. You won't have this achy leg. You won't get older the same way. It just feels different there.
Do you know, it gets very sad every time you come by. Not because, of course, I miss you. But I keep thinking back to when you were first mischievous. You first get in trouble, all of them, with Maisie and the others. And I would always be the one to encourage you to keep doing it. That makes you you. And it did. But I can't stop thinking about the idea of, if I didn't encourage that back then, would you have just learned to enjoy life here? Would I have my fabs back? Would I have been able to grow up alongside you instead of seeing you every now and then, unchanged, as if nothing is different? I like different fabs. I've got a life, I've got a family, I'm not looking for more. You're always seeking adventure. I find adventure in the small things.
I don't like... I'm worried that I'm gonna, next time that I come here, you're just not gonna be here.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, yeah, like, it's fine. It's not, I
It's
don't...
not. The time between you visiting is longer. When I see you now, I don't get excited, I get sad. The reality is that you will come and by and you won't recognise a single Largo here. They won't recognise you either. And the only thing I'll be thinking is, what happened to my friend?
I'm still your friend. I'm still Fabia.
You are. But you're not really here. And that's okay. I don't blame you. I don't. It's not my place to demand you to stay. The reality is you live that life, I live this one. I just wish sometimes I was a bit more adventurous. I wanted what you wanted. But in truth, this is everything I needed. I'm happy for you. But I've got to ask one thing.
Yeah.
Don't come back. Not because I don't want you to. Because you're holding on to something you don't want anymore. This borrow, it's not you. So,
Part of me. You're part of me. All of this is...
I don't want you to remember me as old and dying. I want you to go and live your life and not think about this borrow. Because sometimes when I'm talking with the younger ones, I encourage them to be adventurous. Find somewhere else. We've had Largo leave. In fact, we expect a few every year to go off and explore, and that's because of you. But you carry such a sadness with you. Like you feel like you're obliged to keep trying here.
What it is. I just miss you.
I miss you too.
Okay, she'll like plop down on a chair next to him. I won't come back, but I'm gonna stay for a minute. Okay.
A Feywild minute or one of our minutes?
Feywild minutes are pretty long. I could do a few Feywild minutes.
I'd like a few Feywild minutes.
Yeah, me too. She'll reach out and take his hand.
Kind of leans against you and just rests his head against yours. And Bowen continues to live the rest of his life within the burrow. What else does Fabio do?
She ignores him and she continues to come back to the burrow. In fact, after the conversation with him, she doesn't show up at a time when people can see her. She doesn't come and say hi, but she tries really hard to make sure that she's always there for the harvest festival, and she drops off Fey produce all around. And as time goes on, they start to think of her as like a weird guardian spirit every harvest that comes from the Feywild, and they start to not really be sure who it is or who does it. But she tries to be there every year.
After a few years of doing this, the majority don't know. But in a patch close to where you leave that Fey produce, after maybe the 4th or 5th year, you start to see a little bit of offering laid for you. It's all your favourite childhood vegetables. And Fabia spends the rest of her life revisiting and coming back and forth between the Feywild, pursuing her thieves. Anything else?
Yep, that's it.
And so we drift away from Fabia's, and then we come back into the tavern once more. With just the 3 of you left at the table. Well, 4, including Aaron.
I feel sad in here for some reason.
What if we just stay? Maybe can't sleep here. We already know.
Yeah. It's not goodbye. I mean, I don't know why I'm feeling so dramatic. It just feels like a chapter is closing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard.
Are you? We got like one more drink. You got a mead this time.
Yeah, get the good stuff, right?
Yeah, the waitress had
I
come
don't
over.
think I really like mead.
Sure, I didn't know you found about this. But they said you're famous over there, so on the house.
You don't. Well, no, we do. I'm gonna put money down anyway.
She takes it and immediately goes back to the bar.
I don't really like mead. It just felt like I could make us stay here.
Yeah.
Wait, where are you going? Are you going,
Huh?
Timmy, are you going right now to Wolfguard?
I mean, it's probably better I go sooner than later with what's happening. Probably right after this.
Would you want to take the jar? I need to go see Affy and let her know I'm okay, and then I can meet up with you and we can do the Wolfguard thing.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay.
Actually, I have a favor from both of you, I guess, while I'm
Yeah.
doing all that. After finding out that I can potentially bring others back for no cost, I want to come back at least once a day to bring back as many as I could.
Yeah.
I can't do that by myself, though.
Gladly
Yeah.
help you.
I was thinking, like, to make things easier for everybody, when we come back every year to Old Blues, I would just hire somebody to make a teleport circle there so that, right, we could just have a quick way to get there. It's gonna take a while. It's really expensive. But, like, right, I'll have it done, and then people just have to know the teleport circle, right? And
Mhm.
it's, yeah. I mean, I can really only. I'm not. Thought I learned a cool thing, and Basil's better at it, but that's okay because I love Basil. It doesn't matter. But I can really only do it once a day, and I feel like Basil can be like, let me just.
You
think
can turn
with
into
my
a dragon,
mind's
Missy.
eye where to go, and I can just go anywhere. It's true. Did I look cool as a dragon?
Just the coolest.
Okay.
The coolest.
Did my voice sound the same?
Did it?
Or did it like sound more dragony? Was it like
It
lower?
probably wouldn't.
It sounded
Yeah,
the
I
same.
feel like
Yeah,
it
probably
probably
goes
sounded-
deeper.
Can I like a minor illusion like
Yeah.
what she sounded like? Hey guys, it's Fia.
Guys.
I gotta work on that. That's cool though.
I thought it was cool. It was intimidating.
No, that's pretty
you know?
cool. That
Yeah.
could be
Every
like
time
my
you talk,
mad
you
voice.
can minor illusion your real voice. Be expensive, but
Yeah.
costly.
To me, that's a lot of back and forth for you.
I mean, I have the capability to do it, though.
You know, I do
Okay.
feel like for so long, like we just did stuff that like, and then another thing came up, right? We're like, oh, we're gonna save this place from the Krothic. Oh shit, now something
Mhm.
else is happening. Oh, we're gonna save Wolfguard. Oh shit, now we met this Lokovan and you gotta go here and do this. Oh shit, now you gotta stop Magnathort. Right? Like there's just always something, and then like it's weird, right? What do we do if there's nothing?
Just slow
Like-
down for a while.
Like, Timmy, is there stuff you want to do that isn't, like, that's just for you?
I feel like this is for me as well.
I knew you would say that.
You're the best of us, Timothy.
It's almost annoying, except you're so awesome that it can't be. But,
It's
like,
inspiring.
I feel like everything you choose is correct. I hope you get to spend time with your mom and your dad. I hope your dad puts on pants when you visit.
Yeah,
I
we're
guess I do
beginning
need
to
to
go
see
late.
them before I go.
Yeah, you should.
Guess I'll get to it then. I'll finish my drink. I'll see you guys though. Yeah.
Real soon. Weddings, you know,
weddings,
places to
Old
be.
Blues.
Yeah.
You'll always know where I am. I'll be there.
Big hug. Give him
Big
a big hug.
I'm gonna hug Aaron too.
Yeah.
Aaron, take care of him and take care of yourself. I know you will.
It's my directive.
Yeah, but I more meant like I
I
hope you
also
do
want
something
to.
okay. I'm glad we found
Much
each
love.
other.
Mm-hmm.
I should be off, otherwise we'll never go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll see you in Wolfguard real soon. Yeah?
Yeah,
We got work to do.
for sure. I guess I leave now.
As Timmy walks towards the door, I'll also give you a few of the other endings because I forgot to do them at the end of Fabius. Tyrus and Tyra. Both would go on to win their own great hunt by bringing in an Olgadon, a behemoth snow
Right.
yeti creature. Though their win would not come without suspicion. As rumour has it, one of the competitors spotted a purple dragon with 2 riders flying over the snow flats with the Olgadon claws. With this success, and the two of them fulfilling a goal they set out for themselves. They would somewhat mature and go on to lead their family home of Hornfall. Mr. Chambers and Duty.
Oh.
Both would go on to spend their remaining years together.
Cute.
Being turtles, though, this did amount to being another 80 years or so, in which time they had 23 hatchlings between them.
Oh, yay.
And finally, something less a little bit more somber. The Vahazi Desert. In the deserts of the Vahazi, a plan that has been in works for decades was finally put into action. One you didn't pursue. The war between Kessex and Westmorn had been planned, or at least expected. The newly joined trade princess Amira had raised the boy, with a link to Kessex's history, and planted him right when she needed him. With her commissioned army of Warforged, the child grew into a king and claimed his home back. She knew each of the trade princes would trade heavily with Westmorn. She waited. One by one, they allowed Westmorn to fall into heavy debt with them, supplying Westmorn with massive armaments, mercenaries, and gold. This, in turn, weakened the princes. On the night now named the Night of Six Screams, Amira had the homes of each of the trade princes attacked. Each trade prince's manor was slaughtered, and they were dragged before Amira in the heart of Shiraz's grand jewel arena. Only Tukazim, the half-dragon, escaped capture, and has never been seen since. She demanded they all hand over their land in exchange for their lives. Zars refused, and she had him fed to the giant scorpions there. The others quickly complied and signed over everything they had, and she threw them with the scorpions next. When the dawn came, the Vahazi had an empress.
Oh.
Wow. Holy fuck.
She girl bossed really hard.
She really did. Too close to the sun, maybe a little bit.
You know what? I
Maybe
was like,
too hard.
fuck yeah, girl, go. But also like, oh no, that's bad. So
Oh,
part of me was very having like a feminist moment. I'm like, yeah, bitch, go.
Meanwhile,
It's fine.
closer to home, Timmy and Aaron walk out of the tavern and ask you, the boy who came out searching for a mine for his family, who ended up killing an archdevil of the 10th Hell. What do you do for the rest of your life?
First thing Timmy does is fulfills his promise to Wolfguard, helping with this werewolf situation, but then staying after as well to cleanse Wolfguard, essentially. He doesn't leave until this place is safe again. Even if that takes years, he doesn't leave until then. At first, Aaron would stay, help with the wolf situation, getting in and out. But then after that's done, he would settle back home with Dara for a while. I'm not sure if the Warforged situation gets helped at all during this time.
It does. You would learn that the Warforged would have been freed, as permitted by God's bane. Though they would never forgive Kessex for using them in the war against their choice. The money helps to keep them from falling to the streets or going into darker paths to survive, mercenary work and the like. And many of them try to restore themselves to their old homes. But a lot of them have become more content with the lives that are now provided to them as a second chance.
How long would you say it would take for the Scourge of Wolfguard to be cleansed, essentially?
I'd say to get rid of the entirety of the undead in Wolfguard, it would take the better part of maybe 6 years.
And Timmy would stay for that entire time, and then maybe a year after, just to make sure.
Yeah.
But then after that, probably in the center of Westmorn, he would open a sanctuary to help anyone who needs it. It would run under no allegiances, but most importantly, it would be completely no cost. Someone comes in, no matter who they are, no matter what they've done, he will help them.
One day, in your sanctuary years later. You see a nasty-looking man with a kind of a scar that cuts through his eye. Half his eye still remaining and working, but the bloodshot kind of element on the bottom. You've been repairing a portion of his cut body. It seems a knife struck him. You see the dirt under his nails. You know that this man has blood under his nails. It's like the person who struck him died as well. When you're healing him, a few of his friends come into the room. And after you're done healing, he starts buttoning up his shirt. Looks to you.
So I've heard you've got diamonds. Here's how it's gonna go. You're gonna fetch those diamonds. You're gonna hand them out to us. And we'll be on our way. But don't worry, we'll pay you for this. I know you don't accept payment. But it's the least we can do.
And they all kind of start reaching for their blades and start drawing them slowly.
The storage room is in the back. You can take a look. Timmy actually walks over to the front door. The front door isn't a square rectangle door. It's actually a full circle. As he touches it and casts gate to essentially make a portal for the next minute.
Oh my god.
And as you see through, it is a dim cell, essentially.
Okay. Kind of look in. A couple of them step through.
What is this?
I mean, I said I would help you cure yourself. You probably think I'm a little dim to run this place. No guards. Clerics must have diamonds, yes? Did you find those? Probably not.
You're hiding them somewhere. His hand gets a little shaky as he holds his knife out.
Now, there's two things we could do. You could walk through this door. Nothing else will happen. Or I could push you through. Either way, you're going in.
Roll an intimidation check.
Fuck yeah, Timothy.
-1.
Yeah, probably.
I believe in you.
Intimidation is -1.
Uh-oh.
If you have guidance.
We'll see. 16 still. Okay.
All of them kind of stand around like a semicircle around you.
All right, boys. Let's do it the hard way.
And the group of them attempt to descend on Timothy.
Dummies.
You'll see behind them, blade barrier goes up and slowly starts pushing forward towards the gate.
That's so good.
There is a
Amazing.
moment about an hour later where a guard wanders through their prison and looks at the cell, noticing there is bruised and kind of shaken soldiers in there. Sorry, bandits in there. I look up. Kind of shake their heads. The guy just dims his lantern and carries on walking past. As Timmy shows he's no pushover. What else does he do?
During his time running this place, it is expensive, but he does save all the diamonds he can. He does not keep them here. He keeps them at home. Until he has at least 25,000 saved up. And the second he does, he returns home to find his mother.
And what can I owe this visit to? I didn't expect you.
I mean, I wasn't sure how long it would take.
What would take? To get here?
No. I've been saving up for something. Because I know you don't want to be like this, Mom. I know it.
Saving up, what do you mean?
No, this immortal body you have. I might have found a way to bring you back.
Didn't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
I don't have to, and I didn't have to, but I want you to be able to grow old and live a peaceful life with me and Dad and Aaron, and not sit here while we age and die.
What have you done? How have you done this?
It's taken a long time. More money than I've ever spent, but I've been saving for this exactly.
Are you sure?
More sure than I've been about anything that I've done.
I want you to know if it doesn't work, I don't mind. I've come to
If
terms.
it doesn't work, I save up again.
There are not enough diamonds in the world to keep trying something like that.
Then we try till they're all used. He's going to cast True Resurrection to bring her back.
When you cast it, the magic is immense. You're practically using Somra as kind of a conduit. And it's such a powerful spell with such a huge cost, so you would not need to do a roll. You would see light in front of you, blinding. When it fades, through this hour of just moving the magic, the diamonds wisping and building a body before fading off to be given to a Somra as a gift. Your mother exactly as how you remember her stands there. Beside the now empty automaton that was once her. Clothed in the same clothing you saw when she left for war. Though not the same breastplate, or at least it's not glowing the same way as yours. But it does have the handprints, regardless. You see her just 10 feet away from you, blinking. I'm so sorry it didn't work. It's fine. Don't waste your time. She kind of hears her own voice. Looks down to her hands. And reaches out and kind of cups your chin in her hand. I can feel you. And she runs, kind of just throws her arms around you. And for the first time since you were a child, you feel ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. A heartbeat. Fast. Excited. And you can finally feel the warmth of your mother's embrace. With Dara returned, celebrations are had for months on end. To a point where it starts out wholesome, but eventually ends almost invasive from all of the family that keeps coming by and joining in. And for every day from now on, there's not a single one that goes by that you don't see your father smiling. What else do you do?
I mean, from then on, he keeps to his other promise, contacting both Basil and Fia, asking for his favor to return home, bringing back as many people that died in this last battle as possible.
Okay.
Besides that, he lives his entire life running this sanctuary, helping those who need it.
Your parents do grow old and happy, and their mind never runs dry. Whenever they build into a new tunnel, it seems to just go on forever. For generations of lead fists will never go dry in this tunnel. And they live happily. As does Timmy. Wolfguard. And before I say this bit, I asked Basil, what do you do with Melanos?
I gave it to Timmy.
And Timmy, what do you do with
We
Melanos?
just sit past him.
Yeah, we went past
Yeah.
puff puff.
Jar
past
roulette, dude.
Melanos. Yeah.
I mean, we did make a promise I would return it back to the tower.
With your aid, and the rest of Wolfguard's forces, along with aid sent from Westbourne in particular, Wolfguard was able to retake their capital, and their king was saved through your magic. King Raynard Deneth was far older now, and his son Ralphus IV was a boy grown. Princess Alara herself spent months away, leaving her own diplomats to rule Westbourne, vowing to help those who saved her home. 6 years since the day that the king was restored, Wolfguard retook their final stronghold from the dead. 2 years after that, Wolfguard made the claim that they were free of the Were Curse. The decades of suffering that the nation had undergone was now over. But despite all of that, the nation did need a scapegoat for the years of turmoil. And who better to blame than a necromancer? Dawnhaven tried Melanos and imprisoned him for the rest of his days, which he accepted willingly, for deliberate misuse of magic that led to tragedy. For the following years, Wolfguard would have someone to blame. And in truth, it wasn't his fault. Westbourne would go to split up. The dwarves of Undersun declared independence, and any neighbouring towns around them found themselves more attached to the dwarven kings. The former borders of wars long past became relevant again. The nation of Westbourne split back into the former three nations of High March, the Yesterlands, and Kessex. Princess, now Queen, Alara, married Prince Ralphus IV, and the realms of High March and Wolfguard were made stronger for it. Many believe that she might use her new strength to retake her lost lands. But in her reign since, and for the rest of her days, not a single piece of land has been taken. Many believe this to be a sign of her weakness. But to those who knew her, she simply fell in love. Gizmi, after the battle, she lived a long and happy life. For 2 weeks, until she attempted to recreate the bomb and blew herself to smithereens.
I was waiting for that.
Oh my gosh.
She's happy though.
Proud of you, girl.
What a way to go out.
And finally for you, at the end of your one, in the distant reaches of the ethereal plane, souls drift back and forth toward their chosen deity. But in the town of the lost, a man sits staring at a closed book. In a panic, someone accidentally trips into him. Where am I? What is this? But the man holding the book doesn't remember. He simply looks up at the newcomer and asks, "Excuse me, do you happen to know what a bucket is? I seem to have forgotten."
God damn it.
Fuck. Fuck.
God damn.
You guys did that. It's your
Fuck
fault.
it.
It's
No.
your fucking fault.
That's my
True.
vengeance.
It's not like you. It's not like you could save him.
God damn
He
it.
still has my book. It just didn't help him remember anything.
He can't even fucking read it anymore. He doesn't know what it is.
Fuck.
It lasted for a while, Sam. It's been years.
So, coming back into the tavern, with two more patrons still sat there. You see the waitress come over and say, "We'll be closing up soon. Not
Yep,
serving any more
okay.
drinks."
That's fine.
And continues to clean out
Thanks.
some of the tables. You'd see that You're the last ones in there. A couple of people getting their last, finishing their drinks, putting their coats on, about to leave.
We're like going to the same place, right? Like we don't have to like dramatically leave each other.
No, I mean, where are you going? I gotta go to Old Bridge to see Affy.
Yeah, that's.
You gotta go to Old Bridge?
Yeah, I thought it would be funny, like, to get there first. Like if we could just like.
Oh, pretend like we've been waiting for a really long time.
Yeah, and be like, oh my god, I can't believe it took you so long. Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not actually going to be that funny, but I'll find it funny. Also, it's really funny to sort of just appear and the guards like freak out for a second and then they're like, oh, it's Mia. They're just going to have to get used to it. I haven't done it in a while, so.
Keep them on their toes.
Yeah. They're really going to, do you know what? They are going to have to deal with it. They're just going to have to get over it. Most of them kind of did. There's one that's kind of a dick, but I'm going to work on it. It's going to be fine.
Never change for you.
You think you guys are going to stay in Oldbridge or Carver? This is important. Could it just be Oldbridge?
I have to.
You should live your life, but also if you were in Oldbridge, it would be closer.
Maybe we can build a house outside of Oldbridge, and I got to talk to Affy about it first. But I do want to be nearby for sure. I was serious when I said I wanted to build like a town.
Yeah. I think that's a really good idea.
To have an option of somewhere to live.
I think it's a good idea. I think you should do it. I'm not good at carpentry, but I could turn into a dragon and carry heavy stuff. So
that's perfect.
Probably that I could do. Or like if you need things burned down, I could definitely do that for you.
The last patrons leave.
We should probably go.
Start blowing out some.
Yeah. Also, we could just talk on the way. Now I'm being weird, right? We're just gonna let's just get up. It's fine. Does this feel weirdly final? It doesn't. It's okay.
No. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. I'm glad that we got like kidnapped by creepy guards.
I know.
A long time ago
weird
together.
How this all started? I know.
I never felt like that was a thing I would say in my life, but it worked out okay.
It did.
Let's go home.
Come on. I'll leave the barkeep a big tip.
I take it, thankfully. Thank you.
Thank you for staying open so late.
That's right. What did you call yourselves again? They didn't tell me.
Godspain.
Godspain. Did you have a different name?
We did.
I elbow Basil as hard as I possibly can.
Don't tell me. Or come to me. Have a good night.
Okay.
And they wander back behind the bar to continue cleaning.
I'm gonna conjure a piece of paper and write "The Cockslayers were here" and leave it at the door.
Okay. And you both step out. I ask you who wants to go first and telling me what you do for the rest of your lives.
Oh fuck, OLG.
I'll go.
Oh my god.
Okay.
You're gonna make me cry.
Don't sound optimistic. Fuck me.
Oh god.
He just dies from sadness. No.
Yeah.
Obviously, they ostentatiously teleport back in a grand flare through Albridge, even though Basil could just make a normal portal. He was like, nope, we're doing it this way. I like to think she does startle a few guards.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she kind of tries to shape up a little bit, not be so all over the place, but she's still all over the place. She throws Basil's bachelor party. There's a lot of cake. She is the best lady, dragon, whatever, at Basil's wedding. And Basil is the man of honor at hers. They talk all the time. I did DM Bree this. This is not me power gaming her epilogue. I was like, okay, so here's what's happening.
Sure.
You are my best friend.
We're best friends, just so you know. It will make me cry. And she...
It says here, the Almo's actually the best. No, I'm kidding.
She takes over part of the wing of the sort of palace in Oldbridge, and she makes sure that there is a guest room reserved for everyone in case they ever want to visit. They might not ever visit, but she makes sure that that's there. Fabia has a tower. There's a bunch of little windows. There's some vines hanging down. It's easy access in and out. No one can see what's going on. Timmy and Aaron have adjoining rooms, and they're overlooking a very nice garden, the kind of garden that he described in his dream that he saw his mom in. Adalward's room is kind of plain, actually, but there's a giant blank wall, perfect to put the door of a magnificent mansion on. Nothing in front, so that he can have his own room. There's also a very elaborately engraved "Do Not Disturb" sign for his door. Basil has rooms, and then Basil's like, dude, I could just go back to my own house. But she keeps them anyway, just in case. Just in case. What if he doesn't want to walk home, right? Gets married. They have a few kids, 2 boys and a girl. They're all a little dragony. They're all a little magic-y. They go on holidays to Pennytown. She spends some of her money making a TP circle there too. She puts one in Wolfguard. She's just putting them everywhere so people can, she can get to her family wherever they are, right? Whoever she considers her family. One of the kids really likes going out on the ship, and one time she persuades Athamat to come to Pennytown. It's warm. It's not gonna like. She goes out on the ship, and Fia thinks it's fucking awesome, and her grandmother's like, "Oh, honey, yeah, no, this is great. This is really great," in that kind of like nice way that a grandma would do. Fia doesn't notice. Ulbridge, I think, gets used to seeing more kobolds around because Fia's there. Fia talks to Cadven in his shop, and she says, on an idea, all of like God's Bane's gonna get together every year at Old Blues, and we're gonna, remember schools, we're gonna go fishing. And I think, something that would be really great is if we did like regular dinners for like the dragons, right? We just did like a dinner party for the dragons, like all the time. And they all agree, but they're like, not all the time. Like, you gotta chill now. You're like a dragon now. We're not that intense. We understand how time works. We are not going to get together every month. We're not going to get together every year. It'll be like every other year we'll have like a dinner together. And so Onmithus is always invited. He didn't come a lot because he's too busy doing his own shit, right? Her grandmother comes, though, all the time at first, and then it kind of peters off as the kids grow older. She puts her lair in the Sister Cliffs. And she checks in with Silk to make sure that there's not going to be a problem. And I think he's a little excited by the prospect of like a horde being there. And she's like, buddy.
Silk could actually tell you that he's leaving the goblins to their own advices. They can rule themselves. He's got some other plans.
Ooh.
Good. And she tells them all, don't touch my shit. A couple of them try to test her. She closes her eyes. She's like, you can move anything you want. If I could tell. And they start trying to move stuff. And every time they move anything, she can tell. And they're like, all right, we get it. We're not going to like steal your shit. The kobolds are fine with it, though, because they get it. They know how life works. And she kind of just tries to keep busy all the time because she's Fia. And she can't just be chill and relax and not do stuff, right? So she's just constantly here, there, and everywhere, flying around, teleporting around, checking on people, doing whatever, right? And Haman starts to get older, and she starts to get maybe a little frantic about that. And of course, she says the same thing to him that she said to everybody else. What if my dad made you a vampire? And he's like, no, I'm not. I don't want to do that. I can't do that. And they probably argue about it. But what's she gonna do, right? She accepts it. So I think she does a good job growing up. And she starts to realize that the whole reason she left Pennytown in the first place, right? She wanted to find Cassell. She wanted to find the person who destroyed her family. And she found Cassell, and he actually was her family, right? And she wanted to prove to Desra, but also herself, that she could do things on her own, that she could take care of herself, that she had her own value as a person. And I think she learns that, like, she never really had to prove that to Desra. Desra always knew that. It's just Fia didn't realize it. So she starts to chill a little bit in her older age.
Okay.
And eventually, Haman dies. And her kids grow up, and they have their own families. And she starts to feel that sort of old, like, I don't know what to do now. So she goes to see her dad.
And what should
Because
they?
he gives good advice.
You would be kind of met with a Cassell that he does look a slight bit older, but he's mostly just remained the same. It might be the fact that he's just kind of dressed as a little bit out of fashion now. It's he's still wearing his kind of older clothing. Cassell would bring you in to his man house. A lot of it's been packed away, and he's kind of sat there at the table. But this time, instead of sitting at the end, he sits in a chair just next to you. You're at the end, and he's sat next to you.
You're packing?
Moving to the capital.
Okay.
For the most part, yes.
That's good.
It is good. It is good. I'm looking forward to it.
Who's going to stay here? What's going to...
Oh, I'll let the townsfolk decide that. They can have a vote. Wasn't really mine to begin with. If I'm honest, they were too kind in allowing me to use it.
What are you going to do?
Just keep doing good. Keep trying to improve things here. We've got... It's been decades since we saved the whole place, but... It truly isn't ever really... There's still a lot of problems in Wolfguard. What about you? You continue being queen?
I can't do that.
No.
What, am I just going to, like, stay there forever? And then my kids grow up. And then my grandkids grow up. And then... That'd be weird.
That is called normality.
I don't know. How did you know what to do? I don't know what to do now.
No one does.
Everyone has their own thing.
No.
And
He places a hand on yours. My dear. Anyone who says they know exactly what they're going to be doing in life is fooling only themselves. Most of us just pick it day by day. Try to do a little bit better every day. Try to prove ourselves. But you need not sit here and have everything figured out. I truly am sorry. Grief is something that we all go through collectively as people, but every single one of us deals with it alone.
Do you still miss her?
Every day.
When you were in the plane of souls, there was a moment when we were trying to get through the whole thing, and Basil talked to like a harbinger or whatever. I don't know. And they were like, oh, we'll help you, but you have to promise that when you die, you come with us. And that was like the first time that I realized. I mean, I don't know. I knew it, right? But like, we wouldn't stay like that. Everybody was going to go. And then I thought, now I have a family. And now Haman's gone. And everybody still has their own thing.
Then find a new thing. Find something new. Find something that gives you purpose. That's all everyone else does. Until they wither away and die. That's true death. Is when you wake up in the morning and you have nothing to live for. Find something to live for. That's what I did. My purpose was being put towards Wolfguard. I want to make sure that Wolfguard thrives. I want to make sure its people do not be forgotten. I want to make sure the people who undergo curses such as myself are taken care of, not hunted. Find something that gives you purpose every day. So that you wake up and you realize that you're not just withering away. And finish your wine. It's expensive.
Drinks wine.
And he'd go on to talk with you for as long as it would need.
Okay.
And from there, where do you go? What do you do for the... What is your purpose?
I think at the next at the next dragon dinner, I think it kind of becomes clear to Fia what she's gonna do. She kind of putters around a little bit, waiting for that, checks in with her family.
I'll tell you this, on Mythos wouldn't show. Ethermat by this point probably doesn't show anymore.
Yeah.
But would message in. Cadven is busy.
Yeah. So she knows that everyone else is busy, and she starts looking through her hoard. And she knows where everything is, even though it's a mess. It doesn't take her long to remember where she put it. She pulls out tack. And she knows that she can send anyone a message anytime. But tack is gonna show images. She can't do that. She could mimic anyone's voice in a message. She can't send pictures. So she takes it and puts it in her bag, looks around, tells the kobolds to take care of everything. Don't touch her shit. And she turns into a dragon. And she flies off to Winterfair.
In the streets and the places you fly over on your journey west, many for the first time speak of seeing a red dragon in the sky, away from Kessex. Winterfair is where the dragons first came from when they came to Velreath. Over a millennia ago, they settled down and conquered. It led to the creation of the Godforged. It led to the battles between giants. It led to everything. As Fia flies westward, toward Winterfair, she would become the first dragon to fly west ever since they first came, to explore the reaches of her ancestors. And there, fear would find purpose. Basil, the door of the tavern closes behind you. And you step out into the cold. For you as well, Fear, just a few to end on for you as well, so I don't forget them. Cassell. The acceptance of vampires would be tricky in any nation, especially with the work of the Silvertorch Hunters. She just went FK. We'll come back to these. Oh, no, you're there?
There she is.
I can hear it.
Okay,
I have
okay,
wireless
okay.
headset. I have a crying dog.
Cassell would work to change that. The king, having spent more than 40 years as a werewolf, did not judge Cassell either. Instead, he brought him on as a counsel. Cassell was given more land, more responsibility, and would go on to pioneer the discoveries of vampires' blood's effects in neutralizing poisons, venoms, and diseases. The research would become invaluable to Wolfguard for many years to come. Desra, however, spent a few years away, and then rose from the dead and returned to Pennytown. Her return immortalized her as an unkillable pirate. Her legend rang true across the seas, and her ship became known as the Risen Tide. She would go on to have years more of success on the seas, bringing Captain Heartbloom on as her secondary ship captain. In their small fleet, they would cause trouble for any ships coming out of the Vahazi Empire, the Cold North, or even traveling to Hyloma. Years later, the Risen would sink to a Kraken attack. Weeks after, pieces of the ship washed ashore on nearby islands, with the mast piercing the heart of a Kraken. None of her crew survived. But that would never stop the rumors that she may still yet return. Forevermore, folks of Pennytown looked out for the pirate that could not be killed, expecting her to return. Kessex goes on. Under the rule of the Baron King and the Dragon Queen, they prosper. They lost much to build their independence, but the people were hardy and recovered. They were no fools and bolstered their borders with more strength than any nation dared try. Kessex had assured itself they would not fall to the war, and came out greater than it ever had been before. Haman would go down in history as a good king, not a great one, and he was happy with just that. Crestfall was not mentioned much during our campaign, but has always been waiting for a chance to retake portions of the human land of Westmorn. However, minor incursions would be all they ever dared try. In the few years following the Kessex Rebellion, any Crestfall soldiers that tested the defences of Kessex learned just why the Dragon Queen was so well feared. When their mother passed, the land of Crestfall fell into its own civil war as brother fought brother. In the end, Chance Diester was killed in battle by Cedric, his crueler older brother. 3 days before Cedric's coronation ceremony, his servants found him poisoned along with his eldest son. The Diester line ended with them, and Crestfall finds itself without a leader. Basil, as you step out into the world, a bard who set out for a journey, a story, where do you go for the rest of your life?
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, firstly, he would let Affy know that he's okay, all of that, obviously, etc. But he would secretly start planning this wedding for him and Affy. And he would invite like everyone they ever met on this journey, like everyone. Like he thinks it has to be like the biggest thing ever. And he finds this beautiful clearing, this meadow in the mountains, and slowly but surely over the months approaching their wedding, he plants a flower from every corner of the world, just like he promised to Affy in the beginning. And yeah, he asks Almo to play at his wedding, and he even sends an invite to Scold. He even like tries to make like a legendary item to like get an invite to Scold somehow.
Your wedding up in the mountains is filled with these flowers which grow from every corner of Elrith. And they don't struggle, even the ones which look like they're built of snow themselves and require the cold, somehow manage to thrive and survive. It's vibrant like a rainbow painted against the mountainside itself. And the top of it, each of your friends that you invited, anyone who could come, along with anyone who heard of you, standing at the base of the mountain looking up. Your wedding, a private affair up there. But thousands more watch just the distant colours, hoping to catch a glimpse of the bard who saved the world. At the front of the wedding, Old Blue, wearing his finest clothing, stands to officiate.
No. It would be wrong of me to ask you to vow yourselves in front of a deity, considering your names. Godsbane, what deity would have the right to watch over what is love? I've been to too many weddings. Most of them read the same things, declare the same vows, say the same words. Most of them are for the other people in the crowd. But I've written love stories. I've sang them. I've been a part of my own. And I know love when I see it. What you say today is not vows you're making now or promises for the future. It's just saying what you already know out loud. Doesn't matter who's watching. With you two coming together. You're making a promise to one another. And we are here to witness love told in its purest form. I'll allow you the stage to speak to one another. I don't care for any vows. You don't have to make promises. Just say what you feel. Kind of steps back. Affy is... She wanted a simple dress. But adorning her hair is a petal from each of the flowers that you picked. And she stands in front of you. Kind of overwhelmed, but her eyes only on you. Okay. I could have gone for... There was a boy who really liked me, and he lived only just one street down. Cobbler. I'd probably seen him every day. I probably had an easy life. But not a happy one. I'm glad I'm here with you, Basil.
I'm a firm believer that you don't really have a say in the face of love, and your heart chooses who it wants. And I think I was created so my heart could choose yours.
It's kind of like from the crowd. Kind of ripples down.
I love you, Eternal.
I love you, Eternal. And the crowd breaks into cheers and shouts. And during it, she's looking around a bit overwhelmed, and Blue leans forward and goes, "Bloody kiss." And the two of you embrace, kiss, marry. The first of the group to get married.
I beat you guys. I win D&D.
You also had a pregnant fiance.
Listen.
You
Oh my
had
god, we
it.
literally had a shotgun wedding. Oh my god.
Everyone point at the Sims player in the D&D party.
Listen, one of y'all better romance someone next campaign. That's all I'm saying.
Well, where'd you go from there?
Well, they proceed to have their first baby. It's a boy, named Darren after Affy's dad. And then they proceed to have 3 more kids, 2 more boys. The middle boy is Scold, and the youngest boy is Blue.
Aw.
And the daughter, the youngest child they have, is Alma, named after Almo.
Aw.
Cute.
And Basil wasn't joking. He builds a town somewhere between Crestfall and Oldbridge, with houses for each and every one of his friends from Godsbane, and just as a place to go, you know, to congregate, or if like, you just need somewhere to go where you see familiar faces and family, you can just come there anytime. He upgrades his parents' farm, you know, and makes sure they have a cushy life. But he basically offers to like everyone he cares about, like if you ever need me to build anything or help out in any way, he's more than happy to. His brother as well. He would spend some time with his real mother, Shawl, and you know, maybe spend like the final months or years of her life just visiting her regularly and trying to glean as much as he could from the years that he had lost not getting to know her. And eventually he would tell Affy about the fact that he's immortal and he doesn't think that he's gonna age naturally and die. And he would ask her,
She, as you stand there before her, she looks at you, takes your hands. What are you trying to say?
I wish I could give you such a normal life. I'm sure I can find a way so that you can have this too. I'm positive I can. I want nothing more than to live out the rest of our days together, watching over our families, and maybe we can figure out how to make them immortal too.
You spend so much time worrying about the future. Not enough living in the present. This is my life. I did choose to spend the rest of my years with you. I've known for a while. You're very creative, but you're not the best at hiding it. I don't mind. I'm happy. We have our children. We have our future. And then after all of that, they get to keep their grandfather and their great-grandfather. I'm just happy I get to spend a small portion of your life with you.
It's not enough.
It is for me. It's
Well, I won't let
plenty.
you grow old alone.
I
I'm
know.
gonna age with you. Okay, good.
And then you'll go out and tell 1,000 more stories. And mine will just be the first.
None will be as bright.
Look after them all.
Always. Always.
And come back to the present. And help me down in the bar.
Gladly.
And where does Basil go from here?
Well, he would definitely build a Godsbane monument at Old Blues. He's kept Stormvarrow all these years as well, and he's just waiting for either someone in his lineage to show promise or someone to show signs of really earning that. But otherwise, he keeps it safe in case Skuld comes back. And he also tries to mentor his kids and grandkids and great-grandkids, etc., as much as he can about the Song of Creation, if any of them show signs of knowing it, just so his progeny has like someone to look after the world if he ever goes.
Yeah.
And eventually, at the end of Affy's life, he'll try again to like convince her to like change her mind, and he just doesn't think he can do it alone, because all he's known now is like with her. But he knows she's made up her mind. And so for a long time after she passes, he's kind of like Old Blue. He gets really cooped up and grumpy old man, and just his kids can barely get him out of the house. And eventually, after moping for a few years, he decides to do the thing that is most familiar to him, which is go on the road and travel as a bard.
Spending the last years of his life as a bard. Wherever long
Helping
that may
anyone
be.
along the way, and yeah.
Keeping the stories and songs alive. And so would fade Basil. The dragons. Cadvan and Vindar. For a long time, their shop grew busy with the knowledge of a dragon and a devil in unison running a shop together, though they did not care for the attention. They decided to bid farewell to their kobold friends, wishing them well to go off into their own adventures, their own lives. They only cared to be with one another. Cadventures was sold to an unknown buyer who paid in considerable coin, and it said that not only did they change their names, but also their appearances as well. A life of anonymity suited them well. Nothing has been heard of them since then, though one fisherman, travelling on the southern seas, claims that 2 passengers paid for a trip westward on his ship by making his spear magical, only for it to turn out that when he struck the first fish, he could hear the echoing sounds of a squeaky toy. Ethermat remained in her mountain. She sought little change to her already luxurious lifestyle, or seeing a horde grow and grow, enjoying the peace and quiet of a bubbling mountain. Though when a grouping of varied kobolds showed up at her mountain, along with those who had previously lived there, she took a liking to them. They said they'd once served Madnavek. Agreeing to let them stay, more and more kobolds would eventually take refuge within her fiery halls, and she grew quite fond of them. On Mythis, however, unlike the previous 2, did revel in the joy of popularity. He had once used the form of wedge in luck to garner fame, knowing his dragon form might bring too much attention, but now he basks in it. His arrogance grew, as did his need for a new lair. Choosing a lone mountain, he carved himself into the stonework itself, and allowed any who would journey there to sing songs of tribute, an almost bard pilgrimage. He worked with that for a time, but fame so often dwindles when a bard's passion is not in it. So instead, he decided to start welcoming in any who would challenge his hoard of poetry, gold, and statues, and enjoyed the rush of defeating adventurers and writing songs of their defeat. One day, though, his mountain was vacant, his hoards and his treasures gone. Many claimed to have seen a purple dragon flying southward as fast as the wind itself, fleeing the continent. It is unknown why or where he flew off to in such a hurry, but some travellers in Fjordhelm have claimed to see a Lokavat with a large spear that arcs lightning, wearing a purple scale as a necklace.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Silk. After the battle, Silk and his goblins kept their word. They did not loot the dead, but instead looted a small fortune from the damaged treasury of Cloud's Reach. With this influx of gold, he left his goblins in the delicate hands of his lieutenants and decided to make a single purchase. Cadventurers. He instead rebranded the straw to sell merchandise of Godsbane, but quickly realizing he didn't know how to make that or market it, he discovered that the straw had another purpose. The multiple entrances to the straw could travel you all the way across a continent, so he rebranded it into a travel service, charging people to quickly transport supplies from one side of the continent to the other. Once suppliers realized the safety, ease, and speed of this method, he earned a fortune. When he changed the store's name initially from Cadventurous, he renamed it to Little Buys. I'm sure you can all guess what symbol he had on the signpost outside.
Fuck are you?
Heartbloom. She found a home in Pennytown, finding her family among the pirates. In 3 short years of sailing the Black, she became the youngest pirate ever to be invited to the council. Pirates would beg for her to be at their hearings, knowing she'd be the most merciful. She would always keep a gun on her with a single bullet, intended for her arch enemy, whenever it would reveal itself. Though, throughout the years, she would continuously have to replace the bullet anytime another pirate mistook her kindness for weakness. Her crew remained with her, with Lug serving at the helm. She took only one journey with sails of scarlet instead of black, a journey north. And finally, Old Blue. Songs had returned to Old Blue. He found himself whistling and singing just like his days as a young bard. In the last few years of his life, he travelled with his butler and friend Barty. He decided to stop for one final trip in Pennytown. Asked around for the price of a trip northward for many privateers that roamed the town, but found he had too little coin left to pay. Heartbloom approached him, knowing who he was, and offered to do it for free. Through ice and wind, all around Fjordhelm they sailed into the northern seas. Halio knew how to get there better than any other. Under the stars, on a clear night, he looked to the skies and saw colour. The same array of colours Godsbane had seen on their journey between Wolfgard and Fjordhelm. Journey, the humans called their god, and it was departing still. Only a glimmer of it could still be seen, but when Old Blue sang, the lights flourished in the skies, creating stories from everything he had seen. That night, every single one of the crew fell asleep to the singing of a once bard. Before dawn, Bart would wake to the sound of quiet. The singing had stopped, and he checked in to find his friend had passed away in the night. But when he looked up at the god journey, there was no green. There was no purples or reds left in the sky. The only vibrant colour left was blue.
Nice.
Far off, well away from the plane of existence, beyond the plains of the hells, beyond everything, in the depths of the void, Skuld. What is it that you do?
You would see the flats of the 10th Hell, and as you got closer, you would see a settlement built into the Silver Mountain below the citadel. And Skuld wasn't at this settlement, but a handful of creatures were. They weren't devils or fiends. They were races he couldn't describe. And they were huddled together, surviving. And you'd follow a tunnel into the Silver Mountain that they had mined out to make the citadel. Past the slain bodies of devils and beasts, broken iron maidens, bent bars, you'd find the vast prison of Ixalis. And time moved much slower here than his home. He couldn't tell you what year it was. He didn't know how long he'd been there. he would just wander the halls of the prison looking for the prisoners that had been forgotten when Ixalis had fell.
Deep within the prisons, devils fled from any sound of the roaring, thunderous voice of Skuld. You'd be wandering the jail cells. And you would be walking down the long bridgeway beside the Iron Maidens to a north portion of the prison. You hear the calling of a sound. It's a language you don't speak. In a nearby jail cell. It calls out to you.
Skald would head towards the noise, peek in through the bars.
Got a live one.
See this
What's
kind
he
of
saying?
earthen creature in front of you.
I don't fucking know what he's saying. You imagined me. I'm not here.
Oh, you fucking lot of good you are.
Fuck you.
Right. Skald would pry the door off of the cell.
You see this creature come forward. It drops its bag of holding for you, kind of backing off in. Drops another magical item, little kind of just basic kind of short sword of magical. And rushes around you, sprinting away. Confused why a devil might protect it, might save it.
After giving him distance, Skald would be curious about what's left in the cell.
I'm gonna take a look.
Okay.
Skald would regularly imagine members of Godsbane
Oh,
with him, and it would help ground his humanity. He would lean on them. Today, begrudgingly, it was Outerwood. He would lower his head and examine the items in the cell.
A few magic items. One, the blade of Ixalis is jammed through. But another,
He'd toss it aside.
the bag of holding lies open.
Oh. Interesting.
He'll pick it up and stow it.
Right. Better find that guy before he gets lost.
He would lower his head back out from the cell and head in the direction that the creature fled.
Back
He
onto
found
the,
another one to bring back to the settlement.
back outside, a settlement was once abandoned, filled with creatures that are not of the mortal plane. Creatures of a time that was tortured by the hells. Elementals of beings that Genasi probably descended from, living in a settlement. And though they do not speak the language that Skald shares, it is clear to know that each of them speaks of a devil that kills other devils. And in his wake, Silver lies death. As Skald becomes the monster that so many people thought he was, but not to mortals, to those of the 10th. And for everyone he kills in their own realm, they never come back. What do you imagine of Kongsto?
He simply remembers it as it was. And
What-
he's very proud of what they all achieved.
What Skald doesn't know is just how far that achievement has gone. For every day that goes by, new Krigven, but not just Krigven, various creatures from all across Valrith, even ones that travel far, come all the way to Kongstel, taking a great pilgrimage themselves, to stand before the council and wish to take the right of Skuld. His legend lives on through the adventurers that surpass him. But we bring it back for one final moment. As Basil, you're sat there. And you'll explain what you're doing.
Just traveling a bit, maybe on the road with Almo. This is probably Affy is still alive in this point in time, I would imagine. And they're playing, they're traveling and playing like old times. So he's on the road. Almo maybe has stopped into a tavern and he's taking a second on the road, and he creates attack time. So he can contact his youngest son, Blue, who is now not so young.
A window would open up. And you'd see a face staring back at yours, which wouldn't be unsimilar to yours when you were that age. Though he has your kind of half-orc features and your small tusks, his hair is similar to Affy's, longer, kind of brushed back, and still shaggy, like it can never be kind of truly combed. He sees you through the tiny window that's kind of appeared for him as well. The magic forming a connection. Dad?
Blue, hey, I was just thinking about you, thought I would check in.
It's gone past sundown.
Oh, shoot.
It's okay. I'm just clearing up around here.
I just was thinking about you and the little one, and
she's upstairs asleep.
Good.
How are you? How's everything?
It's great. It's like old times, It feels good to be out on the road again and playing. And how are you?
I'm great.
How's everyone over there?
Same old. Ada is worrying about the season's harvest, but it's been going well. Everything is fine. I'm off in the morning to get some supplies over from Albridge, but then I'll be back within a couple of days.
Do you need any help?
Dad, it's Albridge. The roads couldn't be safer.
Oh, you never know.
I'll be fine.
All right.
I'll let her know you called. You should contact her in the next couple of days. She's a little sad.
What's she sad about?
She just worries. 2 days away. In a kid's mind, it's years. I miss
Give
you,
her
Dad.
a big hug and kiss for me. I miss you. I always wish I could be in multiple places at the same time, but I'll be home soon.
I look forward to you coming back by. Bring a new song.
I will.
Alright. Get back to her. I've got to clean things up around here.
All right. Don't be a stranger. Love you.
Love you, Dad.
Hey, Blue.
Hmm?
I'm proud of you. I'm
okay.
so proud of
That's...
you. I love you.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It's important to say these things.
Waving to try and cut us off doesn't. I hate this thing. Eventually, the magic fades. In a quiet little farmstead, he laughs to himself. Finishes up clearing up the table. Takes a candle and walks upstairs, heading to his room. The floorboard creaks, and as he goes past the dark room, he hears, "Dad." He stops, walks in. The first thing he sees is the violet eyes of his daughter. "Dara, what are you doing up?" "I can't sleep. Do you have to go tomorrow?" He walks in, pulls up a chair beside the bed, sits down, takes a hand. It's only a couple of days. I've told you. Your mum's here, and the roads couldn't be any safer. Your grandpa cleared them for me. He's coming along. She nods her head. Can you read me a story? You lay down. She kind of settles down into the bed. He pulls the covers over her. Why don't we try one of the different... No. Fine. He reaches for a book with not 1 ounce of dust on it. Okay. From the beginning? She nods her head. In the coldest regions of the north, deep within the snowy mountains where volcanoes plume and smoke, a Krigven woke to the news that the giants had all gone missing. And so, with that knowledge, he moved. And as we pull away from the house, we see a farmstead beside Kaba, which is lit up throughout the night. We see Anhor roll in the mountains in the distance. One single candlelight coming from the farmstead's window. And up in the sky, stars, but then a shadow drifts over. A massive creature with feathers of gold, blue, and red flies to roost in the nearby mountains. As a rock flies back from feasting on a field of worms. And that's where we'll end the campaign.
Yay! We did it, guys.
3 years. So, we do have a little something at the end. But, in the meanwhile... Yeah, it's not over yet entirely. In the
Dude,
meanwhile...
you can't do this, man. Breeze.
I'm
Bree's
sorry,
dying,
Bree.
dude.
When you did the grandkid, dude, she nearly died.
I even knew that was coming. I seen Shane's reaction. I was like, oh fuck.
I'm sorry.
I told you, Shane's in the middle. You can never look at the middle of the
No.
True.
Thank you all for playing for the last 3 years. Thanks for telling the story with us, guys. Insane, like, to know that we've just finished this campaign. Thank you to everyone who's watched. Thank you to anyone who's drawn art, anyone who's stuck by, discussed themes or spoilers of the show, even theories. But mostly thank you guys for playing with me.
Thank you for DMing.
Thank
Yeah, man.
you.
We're going to do it all again soon.
Yeah.
We will kind
Less of this, please.
Yeah. We will
More.
find a time
Easy
to do like a
solution, don't have
Q&A.
grandkids.
Like a Q&A stream. Maybe if it's not next week, we'll do a week after. We'll
That would be
work on that.
fun.
That'd be
It's
super
kind of a
fun.
Yeah.
campaign wrap-up Q&A. Much shorter than the last 2 episodes. For the last time, do you guys want to go around and give you a little shout-outs? Let's start with OG.
Start with him.
No,
would you
we'll
It's
end
gotta
with him.
end with him.
Yeah.
Gotta end.
Hi.
You better have your
OG.
fucking stream tattooed on your chest. I swear to God. Sorry, OG.
I'm really excited to see what Tomato has planned for his shout out. He's been building for it for so long. I don't even want to shout my own self out because I'm so excited to see what he's gonna do.
Old Lady Gamer, you can find her there. She does stream sometimes.
I do.
Shane.
Hi, I'm Shane. Played Timothy and Aaron, of course. This has been unbelievable. I never thought I'd be a part of such an amazing story that I've been so invested in. It's hard for me to get into fantasy things yet.
Mhm.
This all felt so natural. And every single week, I'm excited to see what happens next. So thank you all, honestly. I'm Shane Hawk. You find me at Shane Hawk on everything.
Dodger.
Hi guys, I'm Dodger. I played Fabia. It's weird to say that. It's weird to say that in the past tense. Yeah. This has been amazing. I joined episode 12. We had originally talked about me just being a guest, and I just stuck around for the whole thing. And I'm really, really glad that I did. Joe's an incredible DM. It was really fun to be in a game where everybody was so invested in what was going on. And it was just really, really fun. Such a long campaign that saw such a satisfying end. I'm really happy. So you can find me at Dex Bonus. I stream. Come hang out. That's it.
Bree.
Hi. I cry too fucking much. I'm sorry to all my co-players for having to watch me cry so many episodes of this fucking campaign.
It's fine.
I'm a very
DM
emotional
Bree.
person, and you guys, through this power of storytelling with you guys and Joe combined, my heart is like so moved to pieces over this entire campaign. And yeah, I will never forget this for the rest of my life. I'll be like 80 years old looking back on the most amazing D&D campaign in the world. Also, yeah, you can find me on Breebo, whatever.
Sam. Thank you, by the way, for spending the majority of the session as just
Thank
set in the
you.
backseat.
Yeah.
I'm vibing. It was great. Hey, I'm Strippin. I played Scold. Firstly, play D&D. If you haven't,
True.
It's fucking great. Joe is an amazing DM. This was easily my most fun campaign ever. Had a blast. Excited for season 2. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to all my cast members. You guys are amazing. And that's it. Find me at twitch.tv/strippin.
And that's everyone, guys. Tomato.
Hey everyone, I have some bad news. Unfortunately, due to budgetary restrictions, there's not enough time to do the shout out this session. So we're actually delaying it into session 1 of Sunforge. So you're gonna have to get into that one.
I guess you guys are
We're
gonna
That's
have to
true.
make sure that you show up.
Yeah.
That's
You
true.
You're gonna
gotta-
have to
you
show
gotta
up.
catch it.
The fucking
We-
budget,
Episode
man.
1 of Sunforge
Yeah,
to see
it's
I
true.
hired a circus, but they also.
Yeah,
So
did you?
There's a lot of.
We spent all the budget on the Kleenex for Brie.
Yeah, honest to God.
Thank you all for playing. It's been amazing to be able to tell a story alongside so many incredibly talented people. I absolutely adore each and every one of you, and I cannot wait to see what we do next. However, our story continues a little bit. Because somewhere in Velreath, in a busy town or city, it doesn't matter, we follow the footsteps of a well-dressed halfling who walks the quiet roads. Not quiet because the town is empty, but because they're all gathering in the tavern. He enters, finds himself a spot in the back. Taking his coat off, someone walks and nudges into his table, noticing him. Wait a minute, are you that wedging luck fella? The halfling casts suggestion on him. Pay no attention to me, go enjoy your drink elsewhere. And settles his own gaze at the stage ahead, where all other eyes are watching. And onto the stage walks a half-elf bard, with several instruments. When Almo sits, he begins to play a song. This is where we say goodbye. Thanks for 3 years. You guys load up the stream to see.
You commissioned a song.
Mr.
Dude.
Barry.
I'm gonna fucking die.
We're in the stream afterwards, and we'll see you on the Q&A, a couple of one-shots, and then campaign 2. Thanks everyone for watching.
So much love.
Bye,
Love you
guys.
guys. Bye-bye.
Twitch.tv/tomorrow.
We'll see you soon, guys.
Thanks.
Adventure awaits us on the open road. Giants, goblins, all foes, heroes to call on when danger arose. Renown, now they need a name. Cockslayer was vetoed, so they tried again. Woken by a dragon of wrath, to slay a god was now their chosen path. So raise your drinks and shout out their names. Come gather round, sing the songs of God's bane. Sing loudly in taverns and the fields in the rain. They will live on in the stories we share of a family of strangers and their giant bear. This next bit is for you, Basil. Their strength comes from those they have saved, safe now on roads that their actions have paved. Travel to where no one has before, to the forge of the god they have opened the door. Sacrifice are bound to their soul. To stand against evil comes with heavy toll. As humanity stood against the 10th hell, they went inside and the archdevil fell. So raise your drinks and shout out their name. So come gather round, sing the songs of God's bane. Sing loudly in taverns and the fields in the rain. They will live on in the stories we shared of a family of strangers and their giant bear.
Effie, get over yourself. The cause was his foe.
You're not there.
What did you just say?
He's listening from the inside, just says that at the table.
Maybe.
He looks at me. Put me back.
Put me back.
I laugh out loud.
Put me back.
That's one of your attacks.
Thing.
We were once known as the Cockslayers, and you, my friend, are a huge dick. Hammer knocks his head off from behind.
Come gather round, sing the songs of God's bane. Sing loudly in taverns and the fields in the rain. They will live on in the stories we share of a family of strangers and their giant bear. Come gather round, sing the songs of God's bane. Sing loudly in taverns and the fields in the rain. They will live on in the stories we shared of a family of strangers and their giant bear. Of a family of strangers and the burdens they bear.